Hello everybody and welcome to Drydock episode 174. As it's coming up to the end of the month, this is of course your nice long Patreon Drydock. So strap in, get yourself a good drink and hope you enjoy the questions. Connor Johnson asks, whilst running on clapped out engines and boilers, HMS Rodney was said to race through the ocean reaching 25 knots charging down Bismarck. If Rodney had fresh machinery in the same situation, how fast could she really go? The Nelson class do seem to have been something of overperformers compared to what they theoretically could do on paper when it came to World War II. I think there's two elements to it. I mean, separate to this, which obviously is about the machinery, that you've got the gun element where the 16-inch guns seem to significantly overperform compared to their on-paper stats during the confrontation with Bismarck. And with that, you've got to remember that a lot of the problems with their weapon systems were to do more with the turrets than the gun per se. There are issues with sort of using a lightweight high-speed shell and those kinds of things, but anyway, it does seem to have overperformed. But going to back to the machinery thing, Rodney definitely showed signs of her wear and tear. At various points, there's a famous signal, which, if I remember the exact speed involved correctly, I think King George V told Rodney to follow her at either 21 or 22 knots. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was one of those two. And Rodney signaled back after a while, I think it was 22, I'm afraid your 22 knots is a little bit faster than ours. Because, their machinery, as you say, was completely on the edge. But at the same time, based on the logs and the position charts and so on and so forth, as well as just transit times, it seems that when they absolutely opened the taps, as you mentioned, they could exceed their design speed, even on worn-out machinery, by a fair amount. Now, I think there's two things. One is, you'd be surprised how much power you can get out of a really motivated engineering crew, even if everything's a little bit worn. But secondly, I think it's also to do with the hull design, because you got to remember the G3s, which is what the Nelsons were derived from when you had the O3 battleship design. The G3s were very advanced hydrodynamically, and the Nelson class inherited a lot of those features. Obviously not all of them, because they weren't designed for the high speed that the G3s were, but a fair amount of them. Also, their unique layout of armament, and therefore the unique, well, semi-unique until the Richelieus and Dunkerques come along, placement of their machinery space as well, meant that their hull shape could be quite different from other battleships. They could play around with the underwater form a bit more than you could with a more conventional vessel. Now, that also kind of edges over into the occasional debate you see about the G3s, because you look at the G3s, the amount of power that they were going to be given, the length to beam ratio, etc., and the speed that they were supposed to reach, and then you compare that to the Amagis and the Lexingtons, and people sometimes raise questions of how are the G3s actually going to reach that speed at that, relatively speaking, low level of power compared to a Lexington or similar. And the simple answer is, when you look into it, it was that advanced hull form design. So I think basically what you've got is, with the Nelsons, they've got a kind of cut down battle cruiser hull form, i.e. one that's actually optimized a little bit more for high speed than you'd otherwise have thought. And so when you absolutely slam open all the stops and you get the engines going full pelt, even if they may be about to explode, then it's able to take advantage of that hull form a lot better than a conventional slow battleship whose hull form is optimized for the 21 or 23 knots that they might otherwise be traveling at. Now, in terms of how fast could she really go if she was absolutely brand new tip-top condition, I suspect not a tremendous amount faster, maybe 25.5, 26 if you were absolutely pushing it. But the thing is, you've got to remember that apart from one or two very minor issues, the main problem with the clapped out engines and boilers on Rodney was that they were worn out. There wasn't a massive amount of power loss or pressure leakage going on. There's a little bit, but not a huge amount, because apart from anything else, if you get any pressure leak from a turbine engine and its steam plant, you're going to know about it. As I say, there was some low-level steam leaks, but nothing on the main high-pressure lines. So when you're talking about a fully refitted and repaired Rodney, you'd be talking about probably around about the same level of power output, maybe a fraction more. But the main difference is going to be that, one, you don't have a sauna for an engine room, and two, you don't run the risk of all your turbines just stripping and dying there and then, or your boilers packing up. So it's more about the risk than anything else at that point. And so I probably not going to get too much more out of that, although you might be able to coax a bit more power out, and the engineers might feel a bit more confident in doing so. It's also, where you are. If you happen to run a fully spec'd, fully kitted out, fully refitted Rodney over let's say a hydrodynamically optimal environment, which is where some of the World War I German battle cruisers and battleships did their speed runs, then yeah, you might gain another half knot or not just from that. So you could probably, I think you could probably cheat your way by using optimized fuel and optimized sea conditions to maybe getting a Nelson to hit 26 knots, but I wouldn't hold my breath on anything more than that, and it would be a unique circumstance. Clayton Bradish asks, why were Britain and Germany seemingly so reluctant to try and force major engagements with each other prior to, and especially after, Jutland? It seems that both sides decided on courses of action that would cost far more lives than a potential quick end to the war either way. A lot of it depends on the admirals in question at the time. It wasn't that either side was particularly reluctant in principle to force a major engagement. It's that both sides wanted to force a major engagement on their terms. This was perhaps more important for Germany than it was for Britain. So the Grand Fleet regularly sailed in attempts to intercept the High Seas Fleet. It's just that most of them didn't really come off, except for Jutland, for various reasons, mostly to do with distance and timing. The Grand Fleet was perfectly willing to accept a confrontation when the High Seas Fleet sailed out. It's just that the High Seas Fleet sailing out wasn't a massively common event in and of itself, and because of minefields and submarines, you couldn't, unlike in previous wars, go up to the enemy's port and effectively force them to come out at gunpoint. So they had to wait for the Germans, and as far as the Germans were concerned, as was kind of covered in the recent video I did on the Anglo-German naval arms race, the Germans had kind of bowed out of the race a couple of years before World War I started, and on top of that, they recognised that they were kind of losing the race somewhat already. And on top of that, Britain had gone and acquired a bunch of additional ships like Erin, Agincourt, and Canada from other nations. So they were very aware that the Grand Fleet outnumbered and outgunned them quite significantly. Thus, they had this strategy of, there is little point in just going out and fighting the Grand Fleet because we'll lose. We don't want to lose, and so they had the strategy of trying to isolate a squadron of the Grand Fleet and crush that to bring it down to numerical parity, at which point they were fairly confident they would stand a decent chance of winning that fight. The problem, of course, was the Grand Fleet, apart from at one point when Admiral Warrender's squadron was detached in support of Beatty, generally didn't give them that opportunity. So the Germans were left looking for a specific set of circumstances to set the stage for a major engagement, and until they got them, they were largely going to decline it. And if they were going to decline it, there was not a tremendous amount the British could do to force them to come out and fight. Plus, there were the wider strategic implications. The Kaiser had a little bit of an obsession with building a big shiny fleet, and didn't really want to risk it too much. He didn't want to risk losing it all, and so those orders were obviously passed on to his admirals, who to varying degrees put those into effect. especially Ingersoll and von Pulver early on, were in and of themselves not the greatest admirals in all of Germany. Scheer, I think, was a much, much better one. So you combine restrictive orders with relatively timid commanders, and the early part of World War I, the High Seas Fleet doesn't really put itself right out there on a limb. And back in Britain, Jellicoe was called the only man who could lose the war in an afternoon for a reason. Whilst the Grand Fleet was quite eager to get to grips with the Germans, they weren't going to just let it happen on anybody's old terms because, well, again, as was given the speech in Parliament, Germany could afford to lose its navy and it would still have a massive army and be very difficult to deal with. If Britain lost its navy, that was it as far as Britain and the Empire were concerned. So they had to be a little bit more careful, even though they had the superiority of ships and firepower. Matt Kidd asks, did 20th century battleships ever fuse their main battery high explosive shells for airburst when doing shore bombardment? In World War II, were there any naval shells fitted with proximity fuses for that purpose? Shore bombardments with 5-inch shells fitted with proximity fuses were recorded and did happen quite often. I can't recall if anybody put 2 and 2 together and fitted a proximity fuse to a battleship shell, but I think it was probably fairly unlikely because battleship HE shells by World War II's time were generally base fused, and the proximity fuse, the VT fuse, is a nose fuse. Some cruisers, 8-inch gun cruisers, I'm aware of, did use proximity fuses on their 8-inch guns, but that's because there were some high explosive shells designed for 8-inch guns that were nose fused, so they could replace the fuse there somewhat more easily. But far more common for this kind of airburst effect, which did occasionally get used, was just the simple time fuse, the actual variable time fuse, as opposed to the VT fuse cover, which was used for the radar proximity shells or proximity fuses. And that basically involves knowing the range to target, because once you know the range to target, then you can consult your battleship gunnery table and work out the time of flight of the shell. You can then set the fuse for slightly shorter than that flight time, and you get a timed airburst. So that could definitely be done. And there were, in similar ways, working on timed fuses, a number of anti-aircraft shells that were developed for various battleship guns that could then obviously be set for an airburst, and if necessary could be called in for use in a shore bombardment role, such as the Type 3 shells that the Japanese were using in attempts to bombard Hendersonfield. Lieutenant William Bush asks, King George VI finally has a ship named after him, a new ballistic missile sub. This is well beyond the usual scope of the channel, but it does raise a point. Why so long a wait? Can you explain the reason why the last 4 ships of the King George V class were renamed? HMS Edward VIII clearly had to be renamed after his abdication, but why HMS Prince of Wales, a title carried by Edward but not by George VI, then Anson's renamed Duke of York, which is a title carried by George VI but otherwise only used for a small 4-gun cutter in the 1700s, and the Royal Navy then decides to play it safe and rename HMS Jellicoe and HMS Beatty as HMS Anson and HMS Howe. Possibly there was concern about confusion? So I have partially covered this question before, but a recap for those of you who may not have seen that episode. The reason HMS Jellicoe and HMS Beatty were renamed to Anson and Howe was mostly political. Both Jellicoe and Beatty died in the mid to late 1930s, which both kind of helped their initial case, but also, as with a lot of things to do with the Battle of Jutland, the controversy over who was the better admiral and who was actually the terrible admiral erupted very soon after. Beatty, of course, had been trying to self-propagandize his accounts the entire time, but was somewhat limited by the fact that Jellicoe was still alive and could, if he was pushed too far, answer back. But once both Jellicoe and Beatty were dead, their respective supporters could go at it a bit more hammer and tongs than decorum would have allowed whilst they were alive. And between that little controversy and a few other bits and pieces, it was just thought politically a slightly more astute move to use some old admirals' names, Anson and Howe, obviously, which would attract somewhat less vitriol and argumentation. But in terms of the other battleships and King George VI now, which is going to be a Dreadnought class submarine, as seen on screen, HMS Edward VIII had to be renamed. Prince of Wales was so named basically to kind of name a ship after Edward VIII, but also not. And then Duke of York, as you mentioned, was also the title that was George VI before he became George VI. But that all goes back to why Edward VIII became, HMS Edward VIII became HMS King George V and not King George VI, because they'd already had a King George V. And all of this comes down to a Royal Navy tradition that goes all the way back to the Elizabethan period, where the Royal Navy would have a ship, a fairly big, important ship, named after the monarch. So for a lot of that Age of Sail, this was royal something. So you'd have Royal Charles, Royal James, Royal Anne, etc. And then over time, this gradually began to morph into just directly naming them after a ship. After the monarch. So you'd have HMS Victoria, for instance. As time went on, it began to be suggested that perhaps the first major capital ship built in that monarch's reign should have the name of the monarch, although this was a pretty late comer to the overall tradition. And so you had the King Edward VII, HMS King Edward VII in the 1900s, and then you had HMS King George V in the 1910s. But when it came to the whole controversy surrounding Edward VIII and George VI, George VI, by rights, would have had HMS Edward VIII renamed for him, but for family reasons, he thought that was just a little bit too far on the nose. And so he asked instead, okay, can we instead name it after our father? And both of them obviously being brothers. And thus you've got a second King George V. Unfortunately, this now set a new precedent, which was that you would name a capital warship in the Royal Navy after the previous monarch. So when George VI died, and obviously Queen Elizabeth II took over, the new tradition, because you hadn't had a King George VI at that point, was that the next royal naming of a vessel would have to be King George VI, which is what we're getting now. And since basically carriers and nuclear ballistic missile subs are the capital ships of today, you'd have to take one or the other and name them thus. But at that point, pretty much all of the carriers that served with the Royal Navy had already been built or were in the process of being built and had already been named for most of Queen Elizabeth II's reign. You've got the Invincible class, but their class name doesn't really lend itself to having a random monarch name stuck in it. And also, to be honest, they were through-deck cruisers as originally advertised, so not really capital ships. At which point you've got the ballistic missile subs. We've had two classes so far of them in the Royal Navy, but both of them have carried letter-based naming systems, R's and V's respectively, which neither of them lend themselves to a George. And then they come up with a Dreadnought class, and obviously Dreadnought, Warspite, King George VI and Valiant, that class does lend itself to having multiple different names, therefore King George VI slots in there. You could make the argument that maybe one of the two carriers should have been named King George VI, but we got Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales instead, which are both perfectly good names, reusing of battleship names, and I guess for whatever reason they decided they didn't want to pick it up on the carriers. Edward Franklin Woods asks, how much of the daily maintenance performed as shift work, such as scrubbing the decks, was actually needed maintenance and not just a way of keeping the crew busy? It varies depending on the time period you're in. So in the Age of Sail, it's kind of a split. There is a bunch of stuff that's partially implemented just to give people things to do, because they found that morale could very quickly break down, and discipline indeed often broke down, mainly through boredom more than anything else. Far more crews mutinied during the Age of Sail because they were bored out of their skulls than ever did because of particularly brutal treatment, which in and of itself, pop history aside, was actually relatively rare. Now, there were also, however, tasks that done by shift work which were actually very needed, and sometimes it could be 6 of one, half dozen of the other. A task may well be very, very much needed for maintenance, but perhaps the degree to which the task is done and the regularity would start to verge over into just something to keep everyone occupied. For example, scrubbing the decks, usually using stones of some description. That is actually quite important on two counts. One, especially on Age of Sail ships, by keeping the ship clean, it helps preserve health. Now, obviously, it's not going to do anything to stop scurvy, but other things that quite often cropped up on ships, like outbreaks of typhus and tuberculosis, those could be mitigated against by having a very clean ship to a certain degree. And so there was a health benefit. Quite a lot of captains discovered that, and that's why it's one of the reasons why it spread. And then the other reason, to be honest, quite practically, is you're in a moist environment on a wooden vessel, or later on when you're on an iron or steel vessel on a wooden deck. I don't think anyone who's ever owned, decking in the back garden needs to be told what happens if you leave that exposed for a few months to moist conditions. And that's on land, where perhaps the moisture levels aren't quite as bad as, being in the middle of the ocean. It can get very slippery very quickly, which is rather obviously something of a health hazard. So you keep it scrubbed and cleaned to avoid that kind of stuff building up as well. As you go forward into the Age of Iron and then the Age of Steel, things like keeping the deck clean, still important, basically for pretty much the same reasons, but you do also end up with some other shift work that is really unnecessary. Polishing brass and steel and painting to make sure the ship's absolutely spick and span. It was a habit that various navies did fall into, including the Royal Navy. In fact, especially some Royal Navy ships in the 19th century, to the point it could actually be detrimental because the layers of paint were then massive fire hazards. It could prevent bulkhead doors being closed, and it also meant that some captains became so obsessed with having everything neat and shiny that they actually neglected the part about, being a warship where, you shoot your guns to make sure that you know how to do it, and some captains even avoiding it because it would dirty the ship, which is kind of putting the cart before the horse in a rather major way. Not to mention, on some ships, they had to end up replacing some of their fixtures and fittings because they'd been polished so much they'd been eroded away. SMS Schliessen asks, how do battleships replenish their main armament, shells and charges? Is there a hatch in the turret? And how long does it take at port to fully load all main armament, shells and charges? Well, actually, this is, relatively speaking, one of the easier processes, because although shells and the charges do tend to weigh a lot, the shells especially, they're fairly solid, and as a result they don't shift, so it's not like moving pallets of supplies where things might shift as the crane moves, and there is a fixed weight to them. So as long as you've got a relatively decent crane to hand and a calm anchorage, transferring ammunition, even battleship ammunition, is actually not one of the most difficult tasks in the world. Here you can see HMS Nelson being reloaded, and there's a shell coming in. You see there's some rope which is wrapped around the driving band. That's the soft copper band that engages with the rifling, so that helps protect that. And then just in the foreground you can see a little trolley, and so a crew, they'd manhandle the shell from the crate onto the trolley, and that trolley would then allow a single man, believe it or not, to quite happily wheel around a 2,000 pound plus shell. There's also some very early video footage, believe it or not, on I believe it's a 12-inch armed ship, where men are just quite happily rolling the shells around the deck, because obviously most of their length is cylindrical, and they're just quite happily rolling them along. I'm not entirely sure how you stop one once it's got momentum going, except for slowly. And these days battleships aren't in service, but if you look at some more recent colour photos from the Iowa class, you'll see that in latter days they were a little bit more conscious of things like, the integrity of people's spines, so they had them moving them around with multiple man trolleys. Smaller shells, people just slung them over their shoulders and walked off with them. But in terms of then how you get the shell from the deck to the magazines, for the most part, especially in the Dreadnought age, there'd be what's called a loading hatch. So if you happen to ever be on a battleship, look around the barbette near the turret, and you should find a rather suspiciously well-armoured hatch that's about the size of maybe a couple of manhole covers. And that will be where the shells and charges are sent down, especially the shells. And effectively, it's kind of like the loading system of the ship, the shell hoist, except in reverse, obviously. And they would move the shell onto the shell hoist, or the shell loading hoist, and down it would go into the hatch. Now, you might think, obviously, that's potentially a massive weakness. Well, yeah, it could be, but as I say, it's pretty much like the shell hoist system that brings the shells and the charges up into the gun turret, except in reverse. So it has all the relevant protections. So you don't need to worry about a shell hit outside the barbette necessarily setting off the magazine that way, unless, of course, someone's messed with them or they've been poorly designed. But it's much, much easier to do that than to try and cart the shells into the turrets, which haven't really been designed for that, and then enact the actual shell hoist system in reverse, which they can do, but they're not really designed to. Jim Smitty asks, after reading Learning War by Trenholm, good man, good man the author, and good man for you for reading it, it made me question some of my fairly long-held beliefs about Admiral Callaghan. For the longest time, I believed Callaghan had performed poorly during the first night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal. Whilst my opinion was starting to soften on Callaghan as I got deeper into naval history research, it was only after reading Mr. Hone's book that it made me really question if Callaghan acted with more intelligence than I gave him for years. From Hone's own research, it seems Callaghan knew he was going in for a suicide mission by trying to get as close as he could to Hiei so he could defeat her belt armour, and that his order to cease fire was him figuring out that he wasn't at the point-blank grab them by the belt buckle range needed for his plan to work. What is your opinion of Callaghan, and do you believe that he went for a suicide run to try and get in point-blank range of Hiei to destroy her? This is quite an interesting and complex question. And I think it falls back to, a couple of things. One is what I have personally termed, and I don't know if anyone else has come up with this, I probably have, but I've personally termed the three-axis analysis of plans. Because it's very easy, unfortunately, to point at something that happened and go, yes, well, that was a complete disaster, therefore that admiral was an idiot. Whereas in reality, things are a little bit more complex. So my kind of three-axis of analysis of determining was the admiral actually an idiot kind of goes as follows. Axis 1, did the admiral actually have a plan in the first place? Yes or no? The second axis is, was it a good plan? Because you can have a plan, but it can be a flippin' awful one. That doesn't make you a good admiral just because you've got a plan. But conversely, you might well have a plan, and it might actually be a relatively good one. But then the third axis comes in, was the plan well executed? Which I suppose you could, depending on exactly how you look at it, you could also define as, did it work? I know there is a slight difference there, because best laid plans, mice and men and all that, you can actually execute a plan perfectly and still have it blow up in your face. But then that is possibly an indicator that either it wasn't a very good plan in the first place, or just your enemy was so much better than you. But when you place somebody's actions on those three axes, you get one of 8 possible outcomes, and only very few of those outcomes indicate that the admiral is in fact an idiot. So if they didn't have a plan, then, well, that's a fairly good indication. If they did have a plan, but it was an awful one and poorly executed, they're probably also not particularly brilliant. But at least they thought of something. Now, when it comes to Callaghan, yes, he probably had a plan of some sort, so that immediately moves him out of the, if you like, the absolute bottom tier of admirals. Was it a good plan? Well, that depends on what you think his plan was. If you think that his plan, as obviously Learning War suggests, is to get up close and personal with the Japanese ships, in retrospect, given that that involves crossing the danger zone of the long lances and the danger zone of Japanese heavy guns in a night action where we know the Japanese are actually relatively good at those things, that doesn't sound like a particularly brilliant plan to us. But you have to remember that these plans are being made by the men on the ground, and do they have access to all of that information? Does Callaghan know that or could he reasonably be expected to know that the Japanese torpedoes are that good? Given the intel snafus that were going on at the time, probably not. Does he know the Japanese guns could savage him as he closed the distance? Yes, he does know that. That's presumably why he's trying to be stealthy. Does he know that the Japanese are pretty good at night fighting? That's probably where everything hinges, because in hindsight he definitely should have known. At the time, you can make a very good argument that after Savo Island especially, and Cape Esperance to a certain degree, he should have known. Then again, he was stuck in charge because he was a fractionally senior to Scott, not because he actually had an ongoing appreciation of the situation. So maybe he personally didn't know, but probably should have done. And then, of course, was the plan well executed? So, you got a sliding scale initially of, was the plan any good? That kind of comes down to how much of a plan you believe he had and what it was. But was the plan well executed? No, it absolutely was not. For one thing, if he had a plan, he didn't bother telling anybody else about it. And then he gave a whole bunch of confusing orders which completely messed with any potential execution of that plan. So I guess that it comes down to the second saying, which, to be honest, I usually end up applying to a lot of the stuff that I end up doing in my own life, which is that there is a method to his madness, though madness it remains. So, yeah, I don't think it's fair to say that Callaghan was a complete incompetent. That is far too harsh. But, using my kind of three-axis analysis, did he have a plan? Yeah, probably, almost certainly. Was it a good plan? Maybe. Especially given the intel he had available at the time, it's possible it was a reasonable enough plan, albeit it might be a quite terrible one in hindsight, but he didn't have that. Was it a well-executed plan? Definitely not. And thus, overall, you ended up in a pretty bad situation, and, well, he ended up getting killed, so, yeah, didn't really work out that well for him. Thus, my personal opinion of Callaghan as a commander would remain pretty negative, because, to be perfectly honest, you could be the single best admiral on the planet. You could have the world's most advanced, 100% foolproof strategies based on perfectly accurate information. But if you don't communicate that to the people you're supposed to be leading, both before the battle and during the battle, either at all, or if you do communicate, it's in a fairly incoherent and nonsensical manner, none of the rest of it actually makes any difference, because the people who are supposed to be executing your plan need to know what on earth you're on about. And that failure to communicate above anything else, for me, means I can't really view him that positively, even though I can acknowledge that he may well have actually had some idea of what he wanted to do. Nicholas Ressar asks, in Drydock 166, you mentioned that one design for Dreadnought had Atlanta-style triple-stack turrets. 1, why? Just why? And 2, would this design have had any sort of stability issues due to the top weight? Ah, yes. Well, there you go. The Dido-style Dreadnought and the Atlanta-style Dreadnought. Well, let it not be said that Admiral Fisher didn't have a very active imagination. As far as why, it was an attempt to give the biggest possible broadside. I mean, bearing in mind that Admiral Fisher, obviously, he wanted to hit the enemy as hard as humanly possible. So if you look at the Atlanta-style one, the one with 2 triple-stack sets of turrets, you have a 12-gun broadside there, which, bear in mind, wouldn't be actually achieved until second-generation dreadnoughts with either, well, the same number of twin turrets, but laid out in very long turret farms like the Wyoming class in the US, or when they started putting triple turrets on, like with the Tegethoffs. So this would have been a first-generation dreadnought with a 12-gun broadside, when pretty much all other first-generation dreadnoughts would have had 8-gun broadsides, and the Dreadnought did as well. And this design only actually adds 1 more turret to the ship as compared to Dreadnought, because Dreadnought has, in fact, got 5 turrets, but 2 of them are on the wing, so you can only use 4 on any one bearing. This has 6, but all of them can bear across. Now, this fulfills several of Fisher's ideas. You've got 6 guns firing forward, or indeed 6 guns firing aft if you want to, so which is the same as theoretically what Dreadnought could do, except this can actually do it better. You have a massive broadside, so that's good for line of battle engagements. So if you can convince the Navy to go and fund this thing, and as you can see, it is a somewhat larger design than pretty much anything else, then what's not to love about it? Except, as you mentioned, for the stability issues. Now, would it have had stability issues? Possibly. If it had been built in a manner commensurate with most other dreadnoughts of the period, then yes, very, very, very possibly. Now, there is a couple of ways of solving that. One is, it's, as you can see, a somewhat larger hull, so only, quote-unquote, twin 12-inch guns. If you build a big enough hull, you can probably mount them relatively high without incurring too many stability penalties, although that obviously increases the cost and time to build. Secondly is the possibility of just building the ship with a lower main deck than normal, so although you have these triple stack turrets, the highest super firing turret is in fact not as high as it might otherwise be. Bear in mind, obviously, the South Carolinas on relatively small displacement managed to get away with normal super firing positions without too much in the way of stability issues. So I would say if it was built to standard designs, relatively high freeboard, relatively narrow length to beam ratio, not as bad as a battle cruiser, but still designed for high speed, and with the normal clutter of superstructures, etc., then yes, there could very well have been stability issues. But if it had been built, as the sketch suggests, with a somewhat larger hull, and maybe they'd cut down on the overall superstructure otherwise, and possibly even gone for either slightly lowering the main deck overall, or at least, as the design seems to suggest, stepping down the quarterdeck so that the aft triple stack is actually not as bad in terms of height, then they might have gotten away with it, just about. Albeit that a design that could mount this kind of armament and not have stability issues would be substantially larger than Dreadnought herself ended up being, which in turn obviously was substantially larger than previous pre-Dreadnought battleships. So you'd probably be looking at something in the mid-20s, maybe 25,000 tons-ish, in order to get this thing to work. Telmonian Dan asks, you've spoken at length about why you now consider the Alaska class to be large cruisers rather than true battle cruisers, but how do they stack up against the Dunkerque class? From what I could find, they both have relatively similar armour, both seem to be primarily designed to counter enemy cruisers or super cruisers, real or imagined, yet the Dunkerques are usually called battle cruisers or even occasionally battleships. Which appellation do you think is the most fitting for them, and why? I think the Dunkerques definitely merit the battle something designation rather than the Alaskas being the large cruisers. And that's because, well, as you will have heard if you've seen my video on them as to why I facilitated back and forth for a little bit, the main reasons why I've kind of come down in more recent times on calling the Alaskas large cruisers don't apply to the Dunkerques, because the Dunkerques do use guns that are in the caliber range of contemporary battleships of that nation. So the Britannias are using 13.4-inch guns, the Courbet's using 12-inch guns, Dunkerque's using a modern 13-inch gun. So it's using what for the time is battleship caliber armament. It's also, especially when you consider Strasbourg, is actually armoured on a level of some of the smaller and earlier battleships. Dunkirk, and this is a problem, you see, Dunkirk is much more lightly protected than Strasbourg. When you compare them to the Alaskas, although the Alaskas 12-inch guns are very powerful, people quite often point out that they have roughly the same kind of penetrative capability as some of the earlier 14-inch guns mounted on US standards. Yes, but also the 14-inch guns on the US standards are fairly old weapons by this point. The 13-inch gun on the Dunkerques still outperforms the Alaskas 12-inch. The Dunkerque's 13-inch gun is actually a fairly high-performing weapon in and of itself. So I think when you've got this split between Dunkirk and Strasbourg in terms of overall protection, that kind of has to be taken into account. For Dunkirk, I would say she is almost certainly a battle cruiser, because she's armoured against cruiser-grade weaponry. She's faster than the average battleship of the time, and she has battleship caliber armament, but lacking protection against other battleship weapons. So she almost fits the engineering role of a battle cruiser, and her mission, as you pointed out, to kill enemy cruisers and supercruisers. That's the classic battle cruiser mission. Strasbourg, on the other hand, just about toes over the other side of the equation for me. For one thing, she's built slightly later, so fast battleships are more proximate to her. Obviously, she's got the same armament, but her protection, as I said before, is ramped up to a point where it's close to the protection of, or in some cases superior to the protection of, some of the older battleships that are around. So I would say Strasbourg is just on the right side of fast battleship, whereas Dunkirk is very firmly a battle cruiser. Brian Smith asks, I know USS Ranger was kept in the Atlantic because it wouldn't really have been able to compete and keep up, but would it really have done any less than USS Wasp did? Was Wasp really any better than Ranger? Although standard displacement and dimensions and speed for Wasp and Ranger are broadly similar, Wasp does have a number of inherent advantages over Ranger. For one thing, Wasp was a much newer ship, which meant that mechanically she was more reliable. She could also steam about 2,000 miles further on cruising distance, on cruising speed, which was, something of an advantage in the wide reaches of the Pacific. Also, although Wasp was very lightly built, her flight deck could take the full weight of the maximum number of aircraft she could carry, and she had more carriage capacity. The difference between Wasp's standard and full displacement is considerably more than the difference between Ranger's standard and full displacement. Whereas with Ranger, her flight deck was actually quite lightly built, so although she could carry a fair number of aircraft for her size, she couldn't accommodate as many as she theoretically could otherwise have done, simply because her flight deck, by the time you're talking about Avengers and stuff, wasn't strong enough to support all the aircraft at once, whereas Wasp just about could. So Wasp had a higher air group capacity, albeit that, well, in her relatively brief combat career, Wasp had a varying strength air group, which at times dipped below the maximum strength that Ranger deployed at something like, say, Operation Torch. Wasp also required fewer changes to be made so that she could actually conduct flight operations. Ranger operated cruising best with her smokestacks up, which were mounted aft, but to conduct flight ops, she needed those to be folded down, which was an additional bit of complexity that Wasp didn't have to put up with. So compared to Ranger, Wasp could sail further, support slightly more aircraft, support them for slightly longer with more supplies, and conduct flight ops easier and faster than Ranger. And that overall made her a better choice for Pacific operations, even though it was appreciated that even with Wasp it was somewhat marginal because of the inherent risks that were appreciated when it came to operating her in the Pacific, or indeed anywhere where she might actually be shot at, because of the compromises that had been made to try and squeeze what was effectively a Yorktown's worth of flight group into a considerably smaller hull. And obviously, well, we all know what happened to Wasp, so with that in mind, when everyone looked around at Ranger and went, well, it's like Wasp but somewhat worse, you can kind of see why nobody was going to put Ranger into the Pacific. Francis Beckerleg asks, what was the temperature like in World War I, World War II submarines? Did they have air conditioning or temperature control? Well, some of the earliest instances of active powered dehumidifying and air conditioning equipment were actually installed on submarines, specifically mostly to try and avoid or at least mitigate the effects of condensation, because once you have a bunch of electrical systems in an enclosed tin can, having large amounts of water just forming anywhere and everywhere is quite obviously bad for the continued health of the sub. But in terms of the overall temperature aboard the sub, it could vary quite wildly, because obviously you have within the sub the people aboard generating body heat and moisture. You have the various systems aboard, especially the electrical ones, also generating heat. Obviously when they're running underwater it's all electric. When they're running with schnorkels in the Second World War, or if they're running partly submerged or completely on the surface in World War One, the diesels might be running as well. But in any case, you've got a lot of sources of heat aboard the sub. Now that's obviously then surrounded by the ocean. The question then is, what temperature is the ocean around you? So if you are, let's say, a relatively cramped submarine and you're meandering along in the Mediterranean at a shallow depth, then the sea temperature, or it could be the sort of mid-Pacific, the sea temperature is relatively high. And if you're shallow enough that the sunlight's getting through, there's also incidental, light causing a buildup of heat as well. So in those circumstances, the temperature difference between the internal and external areas of the sub is not going to be too great. In one or two cases, it might actually be that the outside is warmer than the inside, at least initially, at which point the temperature within your sub is going to rise very fast. Obviously, the humidity caused by the condensation caused by people breathing is going to be a separate factor. But yeah, if you're in an extreme example running shallow or on the surface in the Pacific or the Mediterranean, you can expect the interior of your sub to get very warm very quickly. Whereas if you're a U-boat, say, attacking the Arctic convoys or somewhere in the North Atlantic or similar, and you've had to go deep to avoid incoming fire, depth charges, etc., well, at that point the temperature is going to be pretty darn low outside, so it's going to be stealing the heat from inside your sub very quickly, at which point you can expect the interior of the sub to be very, very cold. Now, more normally, the interior of a sub would be somewhat warm, very muggy, very smelly. There's a lot of other appellatives that you probably don't find quite as attractive, but there's a reason why when you see most photos of submarine crews in World War I and World War II, they are pretty much as close to being stripped down as is possible within the realms of basic naval discipline and modesty. And then when they come to the surface, they look like a bunch of half-drowned rats. But it is also possible for the temperature to drop precipitously to the point that occasionally, especially as say on things like Arctic convoy attacks and such, you'll see photos where everybody's in greatcoats and jumpers. So air conditioning systems did have some effect. They were especially welcome in the Pacific, but there is only a limited amount that those systems can do because they're effectively, or not entirely, but effectively operating within a closed cycle environment. If you can only dump a certain amount of heat away from the interior of the sub into the ocean, then that's about as good as you're going to get. Modern 6292 asks, besides classes that have a single ship in the class, like Hood, has an entire class of ships been lost in a single battle? The closest I can think of would be the Zara class, with 3 out of 4 sunk in a single night. Well, there are a few two-ship classes where both classes have gone down in the same engagement. The Eidsvold class, for example, in World War II, the Norwegian ships. Nevada and Oklahoma, obviously both sunk at Pearl Harbor, although the former being salvaged thereafter. But once you get above 2 ships, it's usually pretty difficult to find most, if not all, of a class present at a single battle, unless you're talking about battleships in places like Jutland, at which point, they're relatively unlikely to sink en masse. About the closest you can come to total class loss for a major warship that is all occurring in the same battle would probably be something like the Admiralen class destroyers of the Dutch Navy. Now, one of them was lost a couple of years earlier to German bombers during the invasion of the Netherlands, but if you're prepared to say, okay, well, that was just one loss, now the entire remaining class of 7 is now present at the Battle of the Java Sea, the Battle of Badung Strait. Basically, if you treat the ABDA Command's final voyage as kind of one extended battle with the Japanese occurring in late February - early March 1942, by the time it's over, the entire class has been sunk. So, but even then, you're kind of pushing technicalities a little bit there. Matt Blom asks, recently I believe you may have mentioned Italian shells had fairly small bursting charges in World War II. In general terms, how did navies determine their requirements for shell bursting charges, and is not more always better? There's a lot of complex engineering behind it, but the simple version is that yes, more is better for obvious reasons. Bigger boom means more energy imparted to splinters, more immediate blast damage, etc. But also possibly not, because when you fire an armor-piercing shell at somebody, obviously it's a very high-velocity weapon. It's going to be travelling very fast, and it's going to meet, in theory, if it hits a bunch of armour, an awful lot of resistance. And there's going to be, shall we say, some rather interestingly active deceleration going on. Now, whilst a shell that weighs a ton or more might look very impressive, and you might think, well, what on earth could possibly break it? That kind of impact, yeah, that'll break things a lot. And this is why the original armor-piercing shot was just solid, because if you introduce any kind of hollow into the shell, that is a weakness. That is a weak spot. It can cause points where pressure and stress can accumulate, which can then help it to shatter. And obviously, even if you make a perfectly spherical explosive chamber in there, it's still less weight. It's still a weakness, even if it doesn't have necessarily an obvious concentration point for stress, although there's still going to be where you put the filler and the fuse. And so if you make the bursting charge too large, you introduce too much of a hollow into the shell, you will be reducing its armor-piercing capability, because when it runs up against some pretty major resistance, it will start to break apart. And that's not just a case of, well, if it hits, 20 inches of armor, it'll break apart, whereas a solid shot might wedge in there or cause some spalling. It's also if it runs into, let's say 13 or 14 inches of armor, more realistic thickness, then it might start breaking up part way through sooner than it would if you had a smaller bursting charge, and therefore it might break up within the armor, and then you get a low order explosion. it might break up just after passing through the armour, and you get a low order explosion inside the ship. It might start breaking up. You might still get a high order explosion if the fuse is timed right, but it'll have to be earlier in the ship, and therefore not as close to vital things like magazines and machinery spaces. Thus, whilst you do want a relatively large bursting charge, if you can get acceptable armor penetration characteristics at the same time, the armor penetration characteristics will take a priority. So with the Italian shells, for example, I mean, everyone had their own ideas about how exactly these things could work. So you can see, if you like, a national trend building up when you compare bursting charge weight versus shell weight in various navies. But for the Italian 15-inch guns in particular, those shells were travelling at immense speeds most of the time. And so they would be under an awful lot of stress when they smashed into something solid. And so to a degree, you can understand why they might have sort of trimmed down the amount of explosive internally just to try and make the shell a little bit stronger and a little bit more durable. There's also an argument over, with the relatively large or relatively small bursting charge, what kind of fragments do you get? If you make the bursting charge quote-unquote too large, you could end up with many smaller, lighter fragments, which will cause a greater spread of destruction, but perhaps are less likely to tear through light armor bulkheads and other things in the vicinity. So let's say you deliver your shell into an enemy magazine or into an enemy's machinery spaces, a shell that explodes there with a high bursting charge that scatters lots and lots of very hot small pieces of metal everywhere. That's great because it's very high chance of wrecking something vital. But if the shells hit and penetrated, I don't know, 2 decks above or 3 frames along from somewhere vital, those smaller bits of shrapnel, because they don't have quite as much energy and not as much momentum and inertia as compared to a single larger fragment, they will possibly be stopped before they get somewhere, whereas a smaller charge that cracks the shell into fewer larger fragments, well, those fewer larger fragments might go a bit further, but because there's fewer of them, statistically, they are less likely to individually hit anything particularly vital. And of course, if you make your bursting charge too low, then the total amount of energy that's imparted will be low anyway, so even if they are big heavy fragments, they're just not going to go very far, period. So it's all a very delicate balancing act, but as I say, the crude analogy, I guess, comes down to, can we get sufficient armor penetration capability that we're happy with out of this shell at a given weight of bursting charge? Some people prefer a bit more safety factor, a bit more insurance, or just a bit more theoretical armor penetration capability and have a smaller one. Whereas other nations looked at it and went, that's probably good enough to penetrate anything we're likely to hit. Now let's max out the charge. And the increased stresses and other concerns when it comes to bursting charges can be seen to a certain degree, because when you look at the size of bursting charges in World War I shells as opposed to World War II shells, well, the earlier shells, those armor-piercing weapons, tend to have higher bursting charges than later guns and shells do. There are 1 or 2 notable exceptions. The British, for instance, continue with a fairly high bursting charge to do a lot of damage internally, but again, this is down to shell mechanics and what they think they're getting out of it. DM Phoenix asks, at the Battle of Jutland, the German Dreadnought SMS Großer Kurfürst was able to withstand medium and even large caliber 15-inch shell hits, some on its intermediate 200mm thickness armour belt. Author Gary Staff asserts in his book German Battleships 1914-18 that this fact clearly invalidates the theory behind the all-or-nothing armouring. Do you agree or disagree with Staff's assertion of the benefits of possessing an intermediate strength armour belt? I think what that particular assertion is missing in that book is the fact that, as most of you who've watched the channel will probably already know by now and are probably screaming at the screen, British shells at Jutland were not performing anywhere close to up to scratch. So, yeah, it's entirely possible that even a 15-inch shell might have burst on 200mm thick armour. most of the British 15-inch shells, unless they hit at pretty low angles and pretty obliquely in that battle, probably would have burst against 100 or 150 millimeter armour. That in and of itself isn't an argument for the intermediate distributed armour scheme, and once that was corrected with green boy shells, that wasn't going to hold true anymore. 200mm armour would have basically just been an expensive waste of metal in stopping a 15-inch shell once those fuse issues had been corrected. And indeed, if the Germans had gone into battle with, say, Russian Gangut class ships, or if they'd ended up fighting, amongst other people, the 6th Battle Squadron, the American ships in World War One, if you replicated those hits, you'd very quickly find, once again, that 200mm armour is not really going to do you all that many favours. The one problem when it comes to, if you like, real-world validation of the all-or-nothing armour scheme is that very, very few ships that were built using it ever actually ended up facing off against opponents in gun duels in World War II, because bear in mind, the all-or-nothing armour scheme wasn't adopted by any nation except for the United States during World War One, and obviously the US standards didn't end up fighting anybody in World War One in a gun duel, even though, as a 6th Battle Squadron was there if the Germans had chosen to come out and play. But then, when you look at World War II, most of the battleship-on-battleship gun engagements are either between older battleships who still have distributed armour schemes, or they're in environments where no amount of armour is going to save them, and in those cases also the battleships still have distributed armour schemes, or battle cruisers in the cases of Hiei and Kirishima, or the fight is between one ship with a distributed armour scheme and a ship that doesn't have a distributed armour scheme. So, for example, the Battle of Denmark Strait, both Hood and Bismarck have distributed armour schemes, Prince of Wales doesn't, and then in its final battle, King George V and Rodney have all-or-nothing armour schemes, and Bismarck still has, obviously, a distributed scheme. But the thing is, even in those battles, Rodney's not hit, King George V isn't hit on anything particularly important. There's a few bits of splinter damage, but that's all. And Prince of Wales, in the initial fight, Denmark Strait, is hit by Bismarck, but none of those hits go near her main belt protection, and they certainly don't hit it. And given the penetrative capabilities of German 15-inch shells, you can be pretty confident, say, if you had a distributed armour scheme with 7, 8-inch or 6-inch armour belt strakes, it wouldn't have made a blindest bit of difference to what the shell was actually going to do. About the only places you can maybe point to ships with an all-or-nothing armour scheme being tested by incoming battleship shells would be when Jean Bart was being shot at by USS Massachusetts, and in the initial part of the second night action of Guadalcanal when Kirishima was firing at South Dakota. And in both those cases, everything is a little bit imperfect, but you can certainly make arguments that, say, for example, if the weight savings that the all-or-nothing armour scheme allows for weren't in place, then potentially South Dakota's aft barbette might have been thinner, because the weight would have had to go into distributed armour plates elsewhere, and if it had been thinner, it might then have been slightly more vulnerable to the admittedly damaged and sideways armour-piercing shell that hit it. And in Jean Bart's case, the only hit that it sustained on its main armour belt was one that had already passed through other objects, and therefore it's not exactly a perfect example, but the armour belt did its job, and you could question whether or not it would have done its job had the armour again been thinner because of the rest of the weight having to go into distributed armour plates. So unfortunately, outside of theoretical testing, there isn't really all that much real world testing of intact operational battleship shells hitting all-or-nothing armoured ships, either on their protection or in areas where protection might otherwise theoretically have had some vague effect. In early 1942, with the disadvantages of US torpedoes and the Devastator itself, did the US Navy consider employing just Wildcat and Dauntless only air wings on its carriers until the issues with the torpedoes had been resolved? And if not, do you think they should have considered doing so? It's tempting to say yes, because a lot of the issues that plagued the Mark 13, the aerial drop torpedo, were similar to those that plagued the Mark 14. But I think to say that they absolutely should have operated just Wildcats and Dauntlesses probably is using hindsight a bit too much. Bear in mind that the Devastators had helped sink Shoho at the Battle of Coral Sea. They had scored some limited success in various carrier raids. There had been issues with the Mark 13 that they'd noticed, but equally they had also hit and damaged and sent to the bottom a few other ships, so they weren't entirely useless at that point. And bear in mind, at Coral Sea, the Dauntlesses actually took more losses than the Devastators. Where everything went horribly wrong was, of course, Midway, where most of the Devastators got shot down and they did nothing, and the few torpedoes that they did manage to drop on target failed to operate. So that was kind of the perfect storm of failure. But to be completely fair to the US Navy, there wasn't really a predictable way of seeing that happen. I mean, yeah, in theory you can say, well, where there are some issues with our torpedoes, they're probably going to get worse. They might therefore not work very well. But to combine that with, oh, and by the way, in this specific circumstance, we're basically going to have to emergency scramble all of our torpedo bombers and other strike aircraft almost individually, and also those torpedo bombers are going to lose their fighter escort, and they're going to arrive first, so they're going to be torn apart by anti-aircraft fire and every single fighter in the enemy combat air patrol. I mean, that's the kind of scenario where if you were coming up with an alternate history and you included that, people would accuse you of hilarious bias against whoever you inflicted that on. It's not something you could easily anticipate. And to be fair, at the same time, once Midway kind of slapped everybody in the face with those issues, the US Navy was pretty sharpish about trying to make sure that they didn't replicate that particular disaster again. So you could say, I think, with absolute 100% hindsight, if you were sending the US Navy a message from 2021, there is potentially an argument to be made that says, by crowding the decks with more Wildcats and Dauntlesses and just ditching the Devastators entirely, you might achieve better results in 1942, certainly. But I don't think it's a reasonable proposition that the people on the ground likely could be thought to have come up with at the time. The Rogue Chief asks, in doing your research, how accessible are ships' logs? What would be the most difficult ships or navies to research in this regard? And what do you do for ships that sank in action? It depends on the time period. For Royal Navy logs, for example, pretty much any of them are fairly accessible. Almost all are at the National Archives, and the ones that aren't, it's relatively easy to track down which archives do have them, at least for the larger combatants. For example, when I was researching into the Battle of Narvik, I was able to fairly quickly identify all the logs for pretty much every ship involved in the Royal Navy at the Battle of Narvik and request them and go and look at them all in a single day, albeit, with scans and photographs. There was a lot more than a day's worth of reading that I did afterwards from the archives. But you've got a few things to bear in mind. One, obviously, is the further back in time you go, the more problems you have. World War I, World War II, fine, everything's typed. About the only thing you really have to worry about is maybe water damage or ink fading. Once you get further back into the 19th century and earlier, everything's handwritten. And, or hats off to those people who can interpret that handwriting. I can't, easily. I can give it a shot, but I wouldn't be holding my breath on any sort of decent timeline of deciphering going on. Then, of course, when you are talking about foreign ships, and this applies to a certain degree across the board, regardless of what nation you're from, for an English-speaking person such as myself, understanding American ships' logs is relatively easy. They speak roughly the same language, but getting hold of them is a different matter. It's, relatively speaking, compared to other places, easy to get hold of them, but it is harder than working with the National Archives, albeit that, an American researcher will probably be saying it's actually fairly easy to get hold of American logs and more difficult to get hold of British logs, just because of the country that you're based in. And then, of course, you get to logs that are in a foreign language, at which point, unless somebody in the past has been kind enough to go and transcribe and translate either the entirety or large portions of it, good luck. I mean, you've also got that sort of handwriting moving on to typeset issues, which I guess if you have some decent OCR software and a translator program, or you really like hurting Google Translate a lot, you can probably make some sense of it all. But outside of that, unless you can read German or French or Japanese, etc., 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 you may be up the creek without a paddle. And then you get into issues of some archives, such as the French archives, are much harder to communicate with and get access to than, say, the German archives. But then the German archives have slightly odd policies about privacy. And if you've watched any of military aviation history or military history visualized content, because obviously they can and do speak and read German, so it's much easier for them to both contact the German archives in the first place and understand what the heck they're looking at, as compared to myself. But they'll tell you that yes, you can read it and you can make stuff about it, but you can't show it, just because the way German privacy and data laws work. Whereas in the UK, I can go to the National Archives, I can take some nice photos and scans of maps and other sketches and bits and pieces that someone drew for the Battle of Narvik, which indeed I did, and I can show them to you, because that's how the UK law works. And then lastly, you have where the logs don't exist, because somewhere like Japan, where they set them all on fire. So even if you wanted to, you can't read most of them because they don't exist anymore. And then, as you mentioned, you've got ships that are sunk in action. Now, when it comes to ships that are sunk in action, it can vary. If a ship was in company with other ships, or there were survivors rescued, then, and it wasn't a case of the ship just exploded, so it was actually just sinking, quite often the crew would attempt to save the ship's logs. So for some ships that were sunk in action, the logs have actually been preserved. Other ships, obviously something like Invincible or Queen Mary, understandably, the logs did not survive. But you kind of have a certain amount of leeway on those kind of things, because if a ship was very, very dramatically destroyed, it usually means there's an inquiry, or at least interviews with the survivors, which attempts to recreate what happened, and those kind of can substitute to a certain degree for ships' logs. But then obviously there will be gaps, because usually the inquiry is centered around what happened to cause the loss of the ship, not necessarily the minutiae of everything else. So for example, again, if you're looking at the Battle of the Denmark Strait, if you're trying to work out what exactly was the weather like during the engagement, well, Hood's logs don't exist anymore. So good luck with that. So you'd have to rely, even if you're looking at Hood herself, you'd have to rely on a combination of Prince of Wales' log, Prince Eugen's log, Bismarck's log obviously pretty much dead and not available. And then you can look at survivors' accounts, you can look at stuff, other materials surrounding the engagement, so entries in logs before, entries in logs after, pictures taken before, pictures taken after, and of course the notorious film footage. But you're never going to find an entry in Hood's log, in the 10 minutes before the ship opened fire, saying sea state X, weather conditions Y, wind direction Z, because that thing was turned into so much confetti and fish food 80 years ago. Texas and La Choc asks, how many crowd-funded ships were there? For example, after the loss of USS Houston, the city of Houston started a fund to build a new cruiser named Houston that was so successful the Navy had enough left over to build USS San Jacinto. I think that's how it's pronounced. They're actually surprisingly more common than you might otherwise think. Obviously, today we think of crowdfunding in terms of things like Kickstarter or GoFundMe. That was a little bit more difficult back then, but what they would at the time mostly called public subscription was actually remarkably common when it came to building warships. Obviously, you have various instances during the Second World War with the US and also even in the UK, but prior to the Second World War, Mutsu, the Japanese battleship, for example, was largely, if not entirely, funded by public subscription. And in fact, one of the biggest arguments the Japanese put forward for the retention of Mutsu was basically, we've kind of finished Nagato, and as a government, we've paid for it. If Nagato hadn't been complete, we probably could have stood to lose it. But, Mutsu, yes, she's not quite as finished as Nagato, but the public paid for her, and if we scrap her now, the public are going to go nuts. Or be very sad, or both. So please don't make us scrap it. And everyone kind of looked at them and went, okay, that's kind of fair. There's obviously a lot more involved than that, but that was one of the major driving arguments. One of the reasons the Ottomans got so immensely irritated when the British decided that no, you couldn't have Resadaya and Sultan Osman I Evil were later to become, of course, Erin and Agincourt, was because large parts of the purchase and construction prices had been funded, again, by public subscription. And going back, I guess you could say Georgios Avrov is the case of a one-man public subscription or crowdfunding drive. But the idea of individuals or small groups of individuals paying for warships at a somewhat smaller scale, usually, than an armoured cruiser, or specific crowdfunding drives either partially or wholly meeting the build costs of warships, it goes back pretty much to as far back as the concentrated efforts to build warships extend. At least sort of way back into the 15th century, there are examples of ships that are built in this way, and even in ancient history, there are cases of, well, obviously not individual ships at that point, but fleets or small squadrons being funded by things like public lotteries and the such. It's kind of help support your city-state by playing in this lottery. And if you're lucky, you might get a prize. And if you're not lucky, well, you still helped fund a trireme. So that kind of stuff. Vokir asks, instead of ordering their dreadnoughts from the UK, what if the Ottomans had ordered their capital ships from US yards based on contemporary US designs? What ships would they likely receive, and assuming similar construction times, would the UK have had any legal or practical authority to intercept the orders? Well, based on the timings involved, you'd probably be looking at an extended version of the Wyoming class instead of the historic Agincourt design, and probably an adaptation of the New York class for Erin. Now, it's important that you said assuming similar construction times, because US construction times were generally a little bit longer than British construction times. So assuming that everything is laid down historically at the time that they were laid down, then it's actually a relatively easy one, because obviously you just say, well, they wouldn't be completed by the start of World War I, so that kind of obviates the problem to a certain degree. But assuming, as you said, that there are similar construction times to the British yards, would the UK have had any legal or practical authority to intercept the orders? Legally, no, because the Ottomans at that point weren't at war with the UK, with the British Empire. So if the Americans hand over the ships and they sail, they're sailing under Ottoman flags at that point, there is no legal grounds to detain them. The only way that there would be legal grounds to detain them was if the delivery came after the Ottomans had sided with Germany, or if the British made some form of declaration of war of their own, at which point, well, depending on how the delivery method goes, if the ships are sailing under an Ottoman flag, then obviously they're hostile ships, they could intercept and sink them. If they're sailing with an American crew, i.e. a delivery crew, then they would obviously be classed as warlike material, contraband, and could be intercepted and confiscated, although quite how that would have worked out, I'm not entirely sure I want to think about. But in purely practical terms, as opposed to strictly legal, yes, the UK would have practical ability to intercept the ships, because the only way those ships are getting to the Ottomans is to pass through the Gibraltar Straits, or possibly, if they're going the long way round, the Suez Canal, both of which are under British control. So they'd have to come up with some kind of pretense to stop and seize them, but the guns of quite a few ships and torpedo launchers might be somewhat persuasive. Now, at that point, it is obviously a bit of a delicate balancing act, because once the crews are aboard the ship, they can fight back, or at absolute worst, or at best, depending on which side you're on, they could just sabotage the ships. So you get a lot less utility out of them, and there's the risk that it might degenerate into an actual fight. Plus, as I mentioned just immediately before, if they're sailing with Ottoman crews, it actually makes things easier, believe it or not, because if you're planning to antagonize the Ottomans anyway, the fact that there were Ottoman crew on the ship is neither really here nor there in the grand scheme of things. Whereas if it's an American shipyard delivery crew making the delivery, you're also involving the United States, which does vastly more complicate things. So, yes, practically, the British could have stopped the delivery, but it would have been a very interesting set of conversations within the Admiralty as to whether or not they actually really wanted to run the risks involved. Sinar asks, I know in the modern age ships are spread out more than usually seen in pictures and movies, but how close were ships of the line in the age of sail when they were in formation? Somewhat weather dependent, but when they were properly close up in a line of battle, they were incredibly close, as in well under a ship's length close. I mean, this is The Heavyweight Punch by Geoffrey Hunt. Who is a very, very good marine artist. I actually have a copy of this on the way. This depicts the first 3 ships of Nelson's column at the Battle of Trafalgar. You can kind of see why it's called by that title, that name of the painting. And this is not an unrealistic idea of how close together they would be. Partly it was to concentrate firepower as much as possible, but partly it was also to stop people breaking your line. And during attacks where lines were broken and ships were sailing in, there are numerous accounts of the helmsmen and captains choosing which part of the line to break, in part because of areas where captains of the opposing line had closed up their line just a fraction. So there'd be a gap between, say, 2 ships where you could just about fit your ship, and the next ship along, actually the gap would be too narrow to slot your ship through. So we're talking about gaps of well under 100 feet. Precisely to stop that kind of thing happening. And exactly this is the kind of thing that happens at Trafalgar. Victory breaks the line, passes astern of Beau Centaur, absolutely wrecks the thing, but Captain Lucas of Redoutable has seen what's about to happen, and he was already pretty darn close to Beau Centaur's stern, but when he sees that, he tries to close the gap to stop Victory, physically stop Victory from getting through, and almost succeeds. Part of the reason why Redoutable stays in the fight so long is because pretty much moments after Victory's absolutely decimated poor old Beau Centaur, Redoutable arrives and smashes into Victory. That's how close the gap was. And then they fall off into this kind of counterboarding action, rather than Victory moments later doing pretty much the same thing to Redoutable as she'd just done to Beau Centaur with a raking broadside. PH5817 asks, pictures of turrets taken during maintenance and after damage show that they're an assembly of different plates. Looking at drawings from HMS Warspite, it seems there's different assembly methods, bolting, tongue and groove, trench joints, etc., etc. How were these assemblies tested? The best armour plate in the world is useless if the assembly isn't strong enough. Were prototypes submitted to bombardment? I suppose target ships give one side of the testing procedure, but obviously that only gives information about obsolete or enemy vessels and nothing about actual or future designs. It depends on the nation, but to be honest, from the inception of turrets in the 1860s through to, believe it or not, even as early or as late as the late pre-Dreadnought era, a reasonable amount of turret testing literally involved, oi, you over there with the turret on the ship, come over here. Now, a bit closer, that's it, right. Okay, you're a few hundred yards away. Oh yeah, by the way, you might want to get your men out of that turret. Why? Oh no, we're going to shoot it. Yes, we are. Yeah, so you skedaddle? Cool, right, excellent, okay. Turret crew number 2, see that turret over there, 2 rounds rapid. Looks like it worked after all. Brilliant. There's a little bit foreshortened, but it's not an inaccurate portrayal of how they did a lot of turret testing. Part of the problem, of course, is that if you test a turret away from its barbette mounting and everything, you're giving an unrealistic picture of how it will react. So, the forces involved, if you shoot a turret that's designed to carry a pair of 12-inch guns with another 12-inch gun, and it's just standing around, well, chances are you're probably going to knock it like 20 yards further back, which isn't going to happen once it's sitting inside its roller ring. So you can do certain amounts of testing, but you'd hope that the people who are building the thing understand structures to the degree it's not just going to fall over. So live fire testing was pretty much the only real way to go about things in a lot of cases, unless you want to go through the expense of building an entire turret mount ring for that particular turret on a test site as well. Obviously, as ships became somewhat less common in terms of numbers of capital ships, and the velocities of guns and the potential destructive results became a lot higher, that became somewhat frowned upon, especially because you eventually get to a point where, it's certainly by World War One and very definitely by World War Two, where if you did fire at 200-300 yards distance, you would go straight through a turret and out the other side with your average battleship gun, unless you use significantly reduced charges. And even then, who wants to take that risk? Well, apparently people in the 19th century, but there you go. So yeah, by that point it was based a lot more on calculation and prior experience than anything else. Although the occasional live test with static turrets did occasionally happen on land where people felt necessary, but by that point everyone had kind of concluded we probably know how to build the turret. It's more about whether the armor plate itself will stand up to things, and that could be done with standard armor plate tests without having to shoot a fully constructed turret, which obviously, even if it worked, it would still be very expensive to fix. Fishing for freshly fished fresh fish, I'm getting better at this, asks, is there anything left of the ships involved in the Battle of Salamis? And has anyone tried to mount an archaeological expedition to go to the site looking for relics? If there are any remnants of the ships involved in the Battle of Salamis, they're buried under an awful lot of mud. They haven't, as far as I know, tried to look for the wrecks of Salamis themselves, in part because, basically the seabed is in and of itself relatively well known as far as seabeds go, and they know there's nothing obvious sticking out, so they'd have to use some fairly advanced seabed penetrating sonar to find anything, plus the fact that because it's pretty close to the coastline, there are significant worries about, if they find something and they don't have the funding to immediately go in and retrieve it, there's going to be an awful lot of people going out there to loot the place before proper archaeologists can get back there. There's also the problem that triremes and other ships of war at this point were much, much more lightly built than cargo vessels. So occasionally wrecks of cargo vessels from the period have been found, but not, as far as I'm aware so far, no one's actually found a validated trireme wreck, in large part because, as I say, they're so lightly built that they just come apart really easily. So the chances of them sticking around for very long, unless they're buried well under silt and mud, are pretty slim, and even then. They have found a lot of rams, so if you're going to find anything in the Salamis area, again, with metal detectors and sonar, it's more likely to be the bronze rams of the ships rather than anything else, maybe some bits and pieces of weaponry and so forth. But I would suspect that unless you've got very, very lucky, a wreck, as we understand it, is probably not on the cards. The other thing is, of course, to remember that Salamis takes place, as I said before, close to the coastline in an area that's known for currents and such like, so even disregarding the relative fragility of triremes and such like, the currents, etc., probably would have helped break up any wreck that ends up down there of a wooden vessel, regardless of its delicacy or not. Togfather asks, if I'm understanding correctly, the Deutschland class Panzerschiff carried conventional fuel oil in their bunkers rather than diesel, and had an on-board purification plant to make the fuel oil usable in the diesel engines. Given that the purification plant took up volume and tonnage and represented a critical point of failure in the propulsion system in the event of damage, as per Exeter's hit on Graf Spee, why were the ships loaded with fuel oil at all? Was there a problem with long-term storage of diesel at sea that hadn't been ironed out yet? Concerns about volatility in the event of damage to the bunkers? Or was it just there were doubts that a panzer ship putting into port to refuel would be able to secure a couple of thousand tons of diesel at reasonable notice? It was a few things. One was that, simply put, in the 1920s, when the ships were designed, and then into the 1930s, the massive volumes of diesel fuel that you need to run a ship, even of their size, aren't that common. There's plenty of coal around, and by the 20s there's also plenty of oil around, but diesel, not so much. Marine diesels are nowhere near as common, so relying on being able to easily acquire marine diesel is, in large volumes, is, shall we say, a courageous decision. Then you've also got to take into account that purifying diesel is a more expensive operation if you're going to be setting these plants up to just distill it on land. Now, obviously, there are production plants for diesel because it's being used in things like diesel engines and as in train engines and so forth. So those do exist, but with things like the Graf Spee, and the other Deutschlands, you're talking about massive bulk orders that will come in occasionally. So it's not particularly brilliant for consistent production. And there are some stability issues with storing pure diesel, because remember, you're not going to be making it on demand. You might have to store this stuff for several years before it's actually used. And as well, anybody who even uses modern diesel will be able to tell you, if you have diesel happily sitting around in a can or a tank or something for 4, 5, 6 years, the chances of it working when you want it to after that kind of delay are fairly slim. So it's better just to have something that can turn fuel oil, which is available pretty much anywhere, into suitable fuel for the ship. There's also the fact that fuel oil comes in a lot of different grades. You can get some really refined stuff that's really nice. You can get some stuff that's only really one step removed from what you pull out of the ground directly, and bearing that in mind that they are designed in large part to do merchant raiding, they may very well be taking fuel from captured prizes, and who knows what kind of fuel the average tramp steamer is running around with. So being able to just kind of ingest almost any kind of fuel oil, then process it into something that the engines can use, is actually a plus point when it comes to being a merchant raider. There are limits to what you can do with that, but it is a good idea. So all these factors in combination mean that the decision is made to have this onboard processing plant, because otherwise you're restricting what's otherwise a relatively useful long-range commerce raider to specific points on the map where you can absolutely guarantee that you can get hold of large volumes of heavily processed marine diesel fuel, and your opponent won't stop you from doing so, which is such a specific combination of requirements in the 20s and 30s that you might as well just give up on the whole commerce raiding thing entirely. Daniel Silverthorne asks, while the armour on the Lexington class may as well have been considered more on the side of nothing at all, did their armour configuration conform to the all-or-nothing approach, or was it closer to a distributed armour scheme? And which system would have proved more useful to them in their given role as battle cruisers, as they were originally intended to be used for hunting down enemy cruisers as part of a scouting force, given the type of ships that they should have been expecting to face, as opposed to facing an enemy battle line? The Lexington class broadly adhered to the idea of the all-or-nothing armour belt. They did have the central citadel did have some variation in thickness, but it lacked one of the main signatures of the distributed armour scheme, which is thinner plates scattered all over the ship, like bow and stern, etc. There was a little bit covering the steering gear, but otherwise, no, it was a kind of central citadel all-or-nothing scheme. Now, in terms of just how much weight they were trying to save to get these things moving as fast as they wanted them to, they pretty much had to go for the all-or-nothing scheme, because, the armour would have been okay against cruiser guns, i.e. anything up to about 8-inch, at the kind of battle ranges they're expecting to fight against, or fight at, I should say. And if you're going for a distributed armour scheme, well, then you're going to increase the overall weight, because you can't not have that central citadel be at the thickness be at any less thickness, because if you make it thinner, you now don't even really have practical armour against 8-inch gunfire, so you have to maintain that thickness, which means you're just adding weight all over the place elsewhere, which is going to slow your ship down, or you're going to end up in an endless death spiral of larger and larger and larger and larger shipping, which you don't really want. So you have to go with the all or nothing. But I do return to my point that it was pretty much useless. And as I say, yes, I understand that Lexington's role was to hunt down enemy cruisers, and yes, its armour was good enough to withstand enemy cruiser gunfire. However, that completely ignores the fact that the enemy does not cooperate with what you want. I've seen this point raised a few times defending the Lexington's armour scheme, and I basically return you to that issue. Who are the navies that the Lexington is most likely to be used against? Let's face it, in the 1920s, it's basically Britain or Japan. Both Britain and Japan have battle cruisers. Both Britain and Japan have doctrine that says that the battle cruisers that they have will act as part of their scouting line, at least in part, and hopefully do a bit better job of it than BT does. Which means that, yes, you may very well be designing the Lexington class to fight and kill enemy cruisers and hope that you don't engage enemy battle cruisers, but your most likely opponents aren't going to cooperate with you. They're going to want to kill your cruisers in your scouting line with their battle cruisers, which means you're going to end up in pretty much the same situation as you have at Jutland, where both sides have gone, yes, we have our battle cruisers, and yes, our battle cruisers are part of our scouting lines, and yes, we will massacre the enemy's cruisers because we're much bigger and much more powerful. Look what happened at First Heligoland Bight. Isn't it great? And oh, look, here come the enemy battle cruisers. Who could have seen that one coming? I mean, yeah, and that's World War One. After World War One, anyone who's designing a first-tier navy and designing battle cruisers and doesn't expect to run into enemy battle cruisers needs a good slap upside the head. They're going to end up running into each other. And I mean, especially at that point, even disregarding the slightly notional idea of fighting the British Empire, the US Navy is mainly designing its fleet to fight Japan. Japan, who have the Congo class and are in the process of building the Amagis. Anyone who thinks that in a Pacific War in the 1920s without the Washington Naval Treaty, you wouldn't run into them? And the Amagis and the Congos, I mean, okay, the Lexingtons might be able to outrun the Congos, but do you really want to be in a situation where your only recourse in a much larger, much more gun power heavy ship is to run away, that's not a good idea, and you won't get away from the Amagis, certainly not in time. Yeah. Any realistic use of the Lexingtons as battle cruisers in their intended role as fleet scouts is going to involve facing off against battleship caliber gunfire, whether they like it or not. And so, you know, I know that's not necessarily originally part of your question, but I felt it kind of had to be said. You have to design against it, or else you're condemning your ships to death. Because let's face it, what's going to happen, you know, in a 1920s fleet engagement, if you run with, yeah, 7-inch armour is fine against cruisers, okay, sail out against Japan, or sail against Britain if you're really feeling mad, you run into the Amagis or the G3s. The Amagis and the G3s both have armour that's capable of withstanding your gunfire at longer ranges. You don't. You die, rather spectacularly. And now any surviving cruisers from the enemy side sweep in and destroy your scout line, and now you have no scouts, and you have no battle cruisers, and you therefore have no idea what's going on. And the enemy goes, all right, time to set up a crossing of the T. Oh, and by the way, did we also mention the Japanese battle line and the British battle line are both faster than yours, so you can't get away. Yeah, I mean, the US Navy had a bunch of interesting ideas, and some of them were pretty good in the 1920s. Lexingtons were not one of them. Amanda Jones asks, how are the names of naval battles chosen? Jutland seemed to have ranged all over the North Sea. Cape Matapan spent most of its duration near Crete, and it seems like most of the Guadalcanal Campaign naval battles were the Nth Battle of Savo Island. I mean, you're not wrong. There's a lot of books, especially a lot of the Japanese accounts, that rather than having Cape Esperance, first, second action of the naval battle of Guadalcanal and so forth, they just call it the first, second, third, fourth, etc. battles of Savo Island. But generally speaking, the names of naval battles are chosen somewhat arbitrarily. It goes back to the days when battles, you know, didn't happen at such speeds that you could cruise up and down half a sea before the battle was over. And back in those days, it would be a case of whatever the nearest point of land was. Or occasionally, if there was a sort of a vaguely fixed reference feature out at sea, then they'd take that as well. So in the Anglo-Dutch Wars, for example, you could have the Battle of the Goodwin Sands, but otherwise, like the Battle of Trafalgar, the Battle of Cape St. Vincent, the Battle of Toulon, etc., etc., all of those were, okay, we're roughly here. The map says the nearest point of land is here. Maybe they could even see it. And then, okay, well, that's the battle of that. And then occasionally, when battles were fought in the middle of the ocean and no one had the faintest clue really where they were or where the nearest land was, then in those rare instances, you'd get something like the Battle of the Glorious 1st of June, because in that battle, that was literally the case. Afterwards, someone said, well, where's the nearest point of land so we can name this battle? And people just went, huh? So it became named after the date of the battle. When it comes to World War I and World War II, obviously, as you mentioned, the Battle of Jutland progresses quite a long way. But that's why, for example, the Battle of Jutland is named after the Jutland Peninsula rather than any particular town or landmark or coastal feature. And of course, the Germans call it something completely different. I have no idea how exactly pronounced, but I believe it's something like the Battle of Skagerrak. Whatever. And when it comes to other battles like Matapan, a lot of it kind of takes off the Age of Sail principle, but the people designating the names of the battles were just kind of looking at, well, the battle was fought over this kind of range, and this relatively decent sounding promontory of land is proximate to most of it, I guess, so we're going to call it that. It's not exactly the world's most precise science. And then you have confusions with land battles as well. And then designations for skirmishes, where sometimes it's called action off of X instead of battle of X. So you get, for example, the action off Lofoten instead of the Battle of Lofoten, because it's only regarded as a skirmish between the two Scharnhorst and Renown. And that's one of the reasons why I personally will continue to call it the Battle of Samar rather than the Battle off Samar, because in general naval terms, if you call it the battle or action off of somewhere, you're implying it's a relatively small-scale skirmish as opposed to a full-on battle, which I don't think really works for Samar. The other problem with that is that there is a land battle of Samar, or which I think should be the battle on Samar, or something like that, but yeah. Minor quibbles. Cody the Dog asks, Dauntless dive bombers were the kings of early American carrier battles, with torpedo bombers contributing little other than getting shot down, as per Midway, and some of the after-action reports from Guadalcanal. When did torpedo bombers become the main damage dealers in aircraft strikes to the point that dive bombers became obsolete after the war? I mean, it depended somewhat on the target, because for big, nasty things like, say, a Yamato-class battleship, the torpedo bombers were always going to be the main damage dealers, because even with 1,000-pound bombs, it would take an awful lot to slow down, let alone stop, a ship like that. I mean, okay, it took a fair number of torpedoes to do as well, but torpedoes tend to be slightly more successful at making the things actually, sink. But against transport ships and the like, dive bombers remained quite valuable weapons right up until the end. The main reason why the dive bomber became extinct slightly sooner than the torpedo bomber was, well, it was a combination of two factors. One was you started to see a convergence of aircraft. So instead of having a separate torpedo bomber and a dive bomber, people started to produce designs that could do both. I mean, mid-war you had the Fairey Barracuda, which technically was capable of doing both. The Albacore, even, to be honest, to a certain degree, could do both, but you really saw the epitome of that kind of thing with immediate post-war aircraft like the Sky Raider, which very definitely could do both, and everything, almost everything else. But the main thing, especially for the US Navy, was that as the war progressed, and the drop techniques and the methodology behind using the Mark 13 torpedo evolved, and obviously they also fixing the Mark 13, you began to be able to drop it from higher and further out, which meant that you were pulling the torpedo bombers further and further away from enemy anti-aircraft fire, which of course you had the long-range stuff, the medium-range stuff, and the short-range stuff, and when you got into the short range, then you're being shot at by literally everything. Towards the end of the war, those long-range drops meant that you had to worry about the long-range AA guns, but because of their size, then unnecessarily fewer of them, and maybe occasionally some of the mid-range stuff. But the masses and masses of short-range stuff, and most of the mid-range stuff, generally you didn't have to worry about as much, if at all. Whereas for dive bombers, there's very limited scope for removing a dive bomber from that kind of danger equation. Yes, you can make the dive bomber faster, yes, you can make it go further, and yes, you can make it carry a heavier bomb load, but at the end of the day, it still has to get pretty much on top of its target and then dive down. And yes, it can release its bomb at a higher altitude, but the whole point of a dive bomber is to guarantee accuracy by bringing that bomb in and releasing it just at the point where it can accelerate up to full penetration speed in the case of armor-piercing bombs. And if you drop them higher, well, then you start to get disturbingly close to just slightly more accurate versions of level bombing. And that means that for a dive bomber to be worthwhile in terms of, accurate delivery of payload, it's going to have to end up entering both the medium and the close range AA envelopes all the time. And that makes it more vulnerable. As much as you can rag on the Japanese 25mm AA gun, and rightfully so, if you put enough of them on a ship and they're all shooting in the same vague direction, chances are they will probably hit something at some point. And for a dive bomber, that meant flying into an awful lot of incoming fire, whereas a torpedo bomber with the latter era Mark 13 torpedo drop techniques didn't have to experience that quite so much. And so it just became a more efficient way of doing things, because both dive and torpedo bombers got a single attack in. The torpedo, once it was fixed, did offer slightly better prospects for sinking a ship with a single hit, because obviously it's letting water in the bottom, not air in the top, and you were much more likely in the latter part of the war to get a torpedo bomber back than you were a dive bomber. Ed Schaller asks, I remember something about blimps being used for anti-submarine warfare. How were they used? Well, the use of non-rigid airships evolved during the conflicts, primarily World War II. There's a little bit in World War I, but the ultimate expression is the K-class blimp as seen here. Now, that had a whole suite of advanced technologies. It had radar, it could deploy early versions of sonar buoys, it could carry depth charges. It was kind of its own little flying anti-submarine warfare platform. But that's somewhat unrepresentative of the overall capabilities, because, I mean, for one thing, it's able to maneuver, whereas a lot of the ones that we used earlier were just towed. It was effectively kind of like a version of a spotting kite or something. Just inflate it, have people on it, it gets towed along behind a ship. Later on, some motors would be added, which I guess there's probably some kind of dividing line between a towed inflatable spotting platform and a self-propelled non-rigid airship. But for the most part, their role was basically eye in the sky, because they could see a lot further and a different perspective to everybody else. And so by staying up there, they provided a much better viewpoint from which to see U-boats. And obviously, if you could see the U-boats and you could see what the escort ships were doing, etc., you could also help vector the U-boats, since it wasn't just about spotting, it was also about command and control to a certain extent. But as I say, as the technology advanced and the blimps got more and more capable, they would eventually become their own, self-supporting, sub-hunting units. Although obviously they would still, unlike a massive rigid airship like a Zeppelin, they had, relatively speaking to that, limited endurance, so they would have to go back to motherships to refuel, resupply and rearm at points, but they could still stay airborne for an awful lot longer than any aircraft could. The main downside being obviously they couldn't move quite as fast as the average aircraft could, but when they located a U-boat, they could just sit and hover over it and track it for quite a long time. Mark AG asks, 156 years saw the world move from Trafalgar to the launch of USS Enterprise CVN-65, the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. What, in your opinion, were the largest contributing factors to the speed of advance in that century and a half compared to the previous 3 to 4 centuries of the Age of Sail? I'd say you're probably looking at what we would recognise as a more modern scientific approach to ship design, an advent of a more modern form of engineering as well. And the reason I specify modern is because prior to that, in the classic Age of Sail, there was science and engineering going into ships of the line, but in the 19th century it it changed to an approach that we would perhaps more closely recognise as what we today define as science and engineering, rather than previous forms. Then I'd also say the advent of communication, much more ready communication, and finally, at least up until kind of the start of the 20th century, a relative lack of secrecy. Now, working in a slightly odd order from that, communication in the 19th century, both in terms of mass-distributed newspapers, conferences, papers, letters, societies, telegrams, etc., it meant that ideas could be shared much more quickly and with a much wider audience than they could previously, because if you wanted to communicate some new idea of some description for designing a ship back in the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries, you either had to have correspondence with one other person or a very small select group of people, which would be somewhat slow and static, or you had to be physically roughly in the same place. And if there were things like various engineering and scientific societies, but again, you still had to be physically in place to all meet up and chat, or you could, in theory, get some of the notes and minutes, etc., of meetings sent to you, but the process of getting those published and distributed would again take a lot of time, which slowed everything down. Whereas once you have wide-scale publishing, say telegraphs, telegrams, national post system, metalled roads, and steam trains, you could not only be more likely to attend these meetings and have them much more often, but even if you weren't there, what was discussed could be published much more quickly and distributed much more quickly in much more detail, which of course helps with the spread of knowledge. Then you've got the relative lack of secrecy, because back in the 1860s, 1870s, all through up into the 1890s, and to a certain extent even before that, new ship designs, new technologies, etc., were discussed openly in newspapers, editorials, etc., etc. There wasn't that much in the way of secrecy the way we'd think about it these days. And that in turn obviously meant that people could adapt and work off of other people's ideas very much more quickly. I mean, you look at some of the 1860s newspapers, especially the early part of the 1860s, when you have the ironclad race between Britain and France, plus obviously the American Civil War going on, and full details of Gloire, Warrior, Monitor, New Ironsides, etc., are all being published months before the ships are even in the water. So, and saying, oh yeah, well this ship is using these engines and this armour is this thick and it's made by this company. So someone else who's maybe inspired with some other technology can look and go, okay, right, well then I can use this or adapt this or maybe improve that. Which, once you get into the 20th century, the veils of secrecy start coming down. So that does limit things a bit, but by that point enough of this information has been shared and pooled across the world to give a lot of different people in a lot of different countries a fairly good basis from which to then take things forward with their own developments. Now, you might be wondering why I don't mention the Industrial Revolution, because obviously that's what allows for things like iron ships and steel ships, etc. But the thing is, the iron and steel ships that are a product of the Industrial Revolution, and to a certain extent even the cross-braced wooden ships that are characteristic of the early to mid 19th century before the advent of iron ships, they all come from this development of, as I say, more modern engineering and scientific methods. So you have Seppings and Simmons taking a look at how ships had been built pretty much since Carvel planking had come into effect. And then going, actually, no, let's apply some sort of mathematical engineering approaches to this, and they come up with a cross-bracing system. That allows, in turn, the wooden ships to become a lot larger. And it also means that those wooden cross braces can be replaced with iron cross braces at certain points. And so a lot of the technology, or a lot of the building techniques that would later be used in iron ships, are already pre-developed in that way. Calculations become a lot more common as well. So rather than rule of thumb calculations or calculations based on experience, people are actually deriving mathematical formula which can then be applied to unique situations. So rather than having to iterate on previous designs, or finding out that a new advance had been made when you captured an enemy ship that was surprisingly good at sailing, now you could say, okay, well, we know this works for this ship, we know this works for this completely different ship, and we know this works for this other completely different ship, so we can see a pattern. And therefore, using this, and this, if we make a ship that's completely different in design in this fourth style, well, if we derive from this, and this other equation, therefore this should be its capabilities. And even if initially, perhaps in the early to mid 19th century, those approaches are still somewhat crude, they're still accurate enough for the most part to ensure the thing doesn't just keel over as soon as you take it out into a mild breeze. And then towards the latter part of the 19th century, you get things like Froude's testing tank, and his calculations, where now instead, again, of an iterative approach to hull form and, well, we stick it in the water and find out if it worked, you can actually model and test these things beforehand. So instead of having a more trial and error approach, it becomes, we've calculated all this, it should work like this, and we can actually calculate to refine that design, thus short-circuiting a lot of the iterative design processes that had come before it. And of course, if you short-circuit that, then you make your advances faster, and you get kind of the runaway loop that you get with the Industrial Revolution in the latter part of the 19th century, and then on into the early 20th century. Lord Nelson asks, Polybius, in his Histories, Book 1, Chapter 22, presents the corvus essentially as a boarding bridge which can be swiveled around a pole, on which, when dropped onto an enemy vessel, will crush through the deck and pin the ship in place for boarding. This might happen whenever an enemy ship simply came into reach of the weapon. Could one really build and fasten such a device strongly enough to pin a moving quinquereme in place, or would it be only useful after ramming had already happened, essentially just preventing the enemy from backing away? I think it is reasonably possible. I mean, obviously, if the ships are, say, passing by each other and they're both going full tilt, that may not end too well for the corvus and whatever it's attached to. But more generally, you'd be surprised, especially with wooden warships, how relatively easy it is to lock ships together. In a number of Age of Sail fights, when you're talking about ships that weigh considerably more than any trireme, quadreme, or quinquereme, collisions where you might think, well, there's actually nothing strictly holding them together, where the yards and rigging have got tangled together, have managed to pin ships quite resolutely in place. And you'd sort of be looking and thinking, well, hang on a minute, it's a few yards and some rope, and none of it is absolutely bolted to the deck or the ship itself. They're attached to the masts, but the attachment to the mast itself is a weak spot, because they have to be able to rotate, similar to the way the corvus has to be able to rotate, and the mast can flex. So surely, if you've got two ships of the line, each weighing anything from 1,500 to 3,000 tons, and they're moving, then they'll just rip each other's riggings and yards apart, and they'll separate. But as it turns out, no, they actually end up locked together. There's a surprising amount of strength when you're talking about linear strain on well-constructed wooden structures, and rope for that matter. So in a kind of close-range manoeuvring fight, I can see a corvus actually pinning the ships in place, especially considering that the vast majority of Roman-era warships are going to have significantly less mass than an Age of Sail ship of the line is, so the stresses involved are not going to be as great. Plus, there is also one other factor to consider, which is that, this thing can't be too long, otherwise it's going to present a lot of handling issues as well as stability issues, and even as they presented some stability issues for Roman warships, which in turn means that you're going to have to be relatively close to be able to actually deploy it. And if you are that close, then even if you haven't rammed the other side, chances are that either one side or the other or both has retracted their oars on the facing side to stop them being broken, or they haven't and the oars have been broken. In either case, the ability of that ship to maneuver, bearing in mind that they didn't so often go into battle with their sails unfurled, is going to be somewhat limited, and thus, a corvus coming down and sticking into the enemy ship might be just the right amount of momentum arresting force to bring them to a stop, at which point, if the ship with the corvus is sort of on its toes, you're going to be very much more worried about a bunch of legionaries pouring across and trying to stab people than you are about necessarily figuring out how you're going to deploy what's left of your oars to try and get away. Joe McCarthy asks, during the night after the Battle of Jutland, the High Seas Fleet cut behind the Grand Fleet and managed to outmaneuver Jellicoe's ships to block their escape. Many British ships encountered or observed the Germans, but due to lack of reporting, Jellicoe was apparently unaware of the Germans' course. What was Jellicoe's reaction when he found out? And in the longer term, what measures did the British take to prevent another lack of reporting? Honestly, as far as Jellicoe's reaction is concerned, I don't know. His own accounts of the battle don't speak particularly much of his reactions upon finding out that, the High Seas Fleet had passed by him in the night. And I think from looking at his account and looking at other accounts of the battle, it seems that he was only gradually made aware of this. The first thing he knew about the German position was Admiralty communique, and then over time, during the following day, as he was piecing together, okay, well, the Germans haven't come this way, they're over there, like, how is everyone doing? Marlborough's damaged and is heading home. Warrior is under tow and would later sink. He's got to rescue survivors in the water. He's got to organise the fleet and get them back. So I think in the immediate term, the fact that some ships had seen and encountered German ships aft and hadn't reported this was probably not something that he was immediately made aware of at sort of dawn the following day. And I get the impression that the full extent of what they'd seen and what the opportunity that was missed had been probably only gradually came to his and everybody else's awareness. So I don't think there was any one particular reaction, other than obviously a general disappointment. But as far as measures they took to prevent a lack of reporting in the future, there were further instructions issued to the fleet about the proper way to report contacts made at night. There was ongoing efforts, which obviously went through the interwar period and into the Second World War, to emphasise nighttime training. There was also a lot more push put on to things like making sure they got director firing fitted throughout the fleet for the fleet's secondary batteries, so that the ships would be more confident of engaging at night, and so on and so forth. So it was a kind of a general all-up improvement in things, and one of the more important things was, directives that if you do see enemy contacts at night, do ensure that the Admiral is informed. Jellicoe Cats Get Confused at Night asks, I remember reading somewhere that RMS Titanic had the number of lifeboats required by regulations, and the regulations were based off the tonnage of the ship and not the number of passengers. I can see where this might be a good rule of thumb for smaller ships, but become inadequate as ships got larger and could carry more passengers per ton. Was this the case? Were the people who lost their lives on the Titanic victims in part of the efficiencies brought about by the square cube rule? Kind of. There appear to be two major factors in play here. One of which is, you mentioned, the regulations. Now, when those regulations were drafted, ocean liners, well, the biggest ocean liners around were about 8,000 tons. So when the ocean liners began to grow in size, they were adapted to include a section for vessels of over 10,000 tons. But at the time that those adaptations were made, liners, yes, they'd gone over 10,000 tons, but only just. So it was thought, well, if we just say greater than 10,000 tons, then that should all be fine. The problem was that act, it was 1894, 1895. So it was 17 years old, possibly 18 years old, when Titanic hit the iceberg. And Titanic displaced more than 4 times the over 10,000 ton figure given. So that was something of a problem. As far as the regulations went, they said that a 10,000 ton or more boat or ship should carry 16 lifeboats, which would have the capacity for about just under 1,000 people. Titanic, despite the famous lack of capacity, actually had more than the regulations demanded. Not that much more, just over 1,100 people capacity for a ship that could carry well over 3,000. But there was a lot of thinking going on at the time which held that actually maybe lifeboats were now obsolete, and this was the other factor. So you had various people talking about the fact that, in normal sea conditions, actually lowering lifeboats, even from a stationary vessel, was problematic at best, because they were very likely to just get smashed into the side of the ship by the sea. Plus, everyone who was designing these ships was kind of designing them in the way that they hoped either the ship wouldn't sink, or if it did sink, it would sink so slowly that rescue ships could arrive well in time. And then, bearing in mind all of that, although one of the early drafts for Titanic would have actually had sufficient lifeboats for twice as many people as she actually carried, and then it was revised down so that there would have been probably just about enough lifeboats for everyone, and then it was revised down again to, in theory, just about enough lifeboats for maybe half of everyone on board, and obviously fewer actually got on board because not all the boats were used and some of them were half empty. But it was revised down and down, partly because everyone thought it would be a little bit pointless because, the ship wouldn't sink anyway, and partly because not the designers, but the owners realised that if they eliminated what they, to be fair, saw as somewhat unnecessary lifeboats, they could clear out things like the first-class promenade deck so that the first-class passengers would have a nicer view as they went around their cruise. In theory, butterfly wings and all, if somebody had decided to stick with one of the earlier designs, the ship would have set sail with 64 lifeboats, and at that point, even with some of them going off half empty, everyone who wanted to get off could have gotten off well in time. Matt Osborne asks, when did flush toilets and plumbing appear aboard ships? During the transition to steel and steam, or in the age of sail? For that matter, what engineering challenges did it represent within the context of ship design? Well, bearing in mind that flushing toilets, in and of themselves as we'd recognise them, were only invented in the mid-1800s, there are some ship's plans that show a form of toilet, albeit not a specific flushing toilet like we would understand, but a step up above the traditional ship's heads, as early as the 1840s, early 1850s. So, given that, I think the introduction of a flushing toilet aboard a ship probably would have very closely followed its actual invention on luxury ships like passenger liners, ocean liners, that kind of thing. As far as introducing it into naval service, well, it was viewed as something of a luxury and took a few decades to become somewhat more widespread in naval service as opposed to on the more luxurious seagoing vessels. In terms of engineering challenges, not a huge amount, at least initially, because there already were fairly well-established ways and methods of pumping water around ships for things like, fire hoses and such. Like, fire hoses go back to even before the Battle of Trafalgar. So the idea of, some form of plumbing within the ship to move water around and flush it back out to sea, not really a problem. It's just a matter of integrating one more system. Warren Jervey asks, could you give us an update on the DRAC Naval Picture Project, including any new or planned acquisitions? Also, do you have any plans to add features such as captions for the photos, links to relevant ship guides, or a search feature? So the project does go on. It hasn't been updated on the website for a while, so for those of you who are interested, there is the website that's linked in every video description, drakinfl.co.uk, and there you can find the albums that I uploaded quite a while ago. Some of those are albums from my personal picture project, others are pictures that have been kindly donated either physically or digitally by others. And there's a lot more to come. So yeah, this picture of HMS Ajax, for example, is one of the ones that is, I think it's up there at the moment. If not, it will be in the future. In terms of captions, etc., the captions, at the moment, I'm not planning to add specific captions to each, but the file names of each will reflect as much brief data as I can get for it. So, for example, this picture is called Ajax 1890 because it's a picture of HMS Ajax taken in 1890. I may include sort of mouse over captions or alt text or something at some point, but there's an awful lot of pictures to do that. Links to guides for the various ships. Again, definitely something I could work on including. So that will probably come in maybe next year. As far as the project itself, it is still ongoing. It's just that acquiring the pictures is one thing, sorting them and making sure they're all properly labelled is another thing, then scanning them all, formatting the scanned copy, storing it, then uploading it and organising it on the website, that takes a lot of time. So that latter part, I haven't had the time to do so much recently. Whilst I have still been acquiring pictures, and so should we say the backlog has built up. The amount of pictures I now have, believe it or not, is measured in cubic meters. Yes, actually, I was going to say cubic feet, but looking at it, is actually there is literally a 1 meter by 1 meter by half meter rectangular cuboid of photos looking at me from where I'm sitting here, and there's another one of about the same size in the other room. So you're looking at about 1 cubic meter of photographs, not including digital stuff. As for when that's all going to be uploaded, actually you should start seeing fairly regular updates starting in the new year, because Mrs. Drac has kindly taken over the rather laborious job of scanning and labelling them all. So I'm sitting here currently with a portable hard drive that has about 400 to 500 new photos to be sorted and uploaded. So now that she's working with me on that, hopefully we'll start to see regular updates starting with some fairly chunky updates as well. It's just a matter of it takes a lot of time to actually do. And in terms of collections, I mean, there's a very big collection that I managed to secure, which I was very, very happy with. Annoyingly, I wasn't able to get to it before the Chinese, Norwegian and Russian photo books went off. And basically these things are sort of like between 1 and 3 inch thick albums that were put together by an associate of Dr. Oscar Parks way back in the early 20th century, cataloguing almost every ship down to some really obscure gunboats of, 3rd or 4th tier navies. But the seller, by the time I realised what they had already sold off, I'd say the Norwegian, Russian and Chinese ones, so I wasn't able to get hold of those. And because the historian who obviously was collecting them was associated with Dr. Oscar Parks, British, they didn't have a British collection. They had collections for everybody else, but they already knew what the British ships looked like. So all of that is being put together. The only other downside of that is that the original owners of this whole collection, not the person who sold it to me, I hasten to add, but the people who sold it to him, had stored them in a way that the lowest box got soaked through. So unfortunately, about half to 2/3 of the German collection were completely irrecoverable and had been destroyed by water damage, which is really annoying because those cover the classic high seas fleet period. What I've got left from that is a couple of somewhat salvageable water damaged books on the German Navy, but it's mostly 1880s, 1890s ships, not so much the 1900s, 1910s stuff, which is a shame, but I'm grateful for the rest of it that we've got. So, and that's not counting a lot of other stuff I've picked up. So, for example, if you'd ever wanted to know what early torpedo boats and destroyers looked like, yeah, I'll be able to sort you out with those quite a bit. But yes, if you want to see what's already on the website, obviously head over there, and more to come. Scorgy95 asks, hi Drac, obviously ships were converted to oil firing after World War II, but were there any hybrid coal+oil powered battleships in operation anywhere to mitigate potential coal and oil shortages, or did it tend to be one or the other? So quite a lot of battleships pre-World War I and during World War I were what you might describe as hybrid, in as much as they ran primarily on coal, but they did have oil spraying equipment fitted to help boost the power output of the boilers. That wasn't done to mitigate shortages. It was done, as I say, mostly just to boost the power output beyond what coal alone could do. But coaling ships and fueling them via shoveling coal was an incredibly energy and labour intensive work. It was very dirty work. It took forever to do relative to filling up oil bunkers. So in terms of warships, at least, coal-powered ships would either be converted to oil firing or scrapped pretty quickly after World War One, if they hadn't already had that done to them. Now, once you enter the merchant world, it's a slightly more dicey prospect. I mean, most of the merchant world, for lots of the similar reasons in terms of cleanliness, less labour cost, and speed of refueling, would go over to oil firing as well. But others would remain coal firing, and some would still be sail powered with auxiliary engines at best. And still others, which maybe had adopted a hybrid system to try and get a bit more economy and efficiency out of their systems, would still have those. So with the merchant fleets, yeah, you would be able to find the odd sort of coal-powered vessel with oil spraying going on all the way into World War II. But as far as I'm aware, outside of maybe the unluckiest ships to have been shanghaied into armed services during the war, during the Second World War, generally pretty much every military vessel ran on oil because it was just far, far easier, and there was no real advantage in hybridizing, apart from I think you needed two completely separate sets of bunkers, let alone all the problems with using coal that using oil solved. Brian Roper asks, would it be possible to design a treaty-compliant hood, and what would it look like? Well, it depends what you mean by the term treaty-compliant hood. So if you look at what hood was supposed to be, namely a ship with equivalent protection to a Queen Elizabeth class battleship, same armament, i.e. 8 15-inch guns, but battle cruiser speed, for what Hood herself was, no, it's not possible to get her down to treaty compliance levels, because in order to move that amount of armament and armour around at the design speed of Hood, i.e. 32 to 33 knots, you have to accept that you're not going to get anywhere close to 35,000 tons, especially in, the mid-1910s. With that said, however, if you're prepared, if you want a quote-unquote HMS Hood, i.e. you want a battle cruiser that has equivalent to Queen Elizabeth protection, equivalent to Queen Elizabeth armament, and is just battle cruiser fast, that I think you can do. Because when you look at Renown and Tiger, they're both in the middle part of the upper 20,000s of tons. They're obviously battle cruisers. They're obviously relatively quick off the mark. Tiger has 8 guns. Renown has 15-inch guns, albeit only 6 of them. And then you look at the Queen Elizabeths, and the Queen Elizabeths are also, when in their World War One configuration, nowhere close to 35,000 tons. And as we've discussed before, getting a 28-knot Queen Elizabeth by the expedient of using small tube boilers is, as a rule of thumb, approximately workable. So, I mean, you could just go with let's build a Queen Elizabeth, except with small tube boilers, and just by doing that, you'll get what's effectively battle cruiser speeds. Except that obviously, Tiger was designed for 28 knots, so you've got your can operate with a battle cruiser fleet. But when we're looking at the Renowns, which can make 32 knots. Obviously, Hood could also make 32 knots. I think you're, by the treaty era, going to be wanting something that goes a little bit faster, so you're going to want at least 30 knots. Now, as I say, Hood kind of establishes that if you want all of that on 32, you're going to have to go big or go home. But if my spring sharp skills haven't failed me too much, there is, if you use small tube boilers, just enough displacement left that if you rack it up to 35,000 tons, you stretch out the hull a bit. Bearing in mind you are going to also have to stretch out the protection because you're extending the machinery spaces, but I think you can extend the machinery spaces and overall the hull length enough that you can pack enough machinery in there for a 35,000 ton stretched Queen Elizabeth to hit about 30 knots or so, maybe a little bit more if you're prepared to start shaving dangerously close to the margins. So in exact terms, no, but in principle, yes, you probably could just about pull it off. And as for what it would look like, well, it would, depending on exactly who gets their hands on the design drawings, it would either look like a slightly enlarged Tiger with heavier armour, or quite literally possibly just look like a stretched QE. Slightly elongated version, maybe with a slightly finer bow. Michael Imbezi asks, I was reading the South Dakota's damage report from the Battle of Guadalcanal, and the report mentioned the CO's action report said the armoured conning tower proved to be very useful and that agitation for its removal should stop. The CO also credited it with preserving the lives of the control personnel. Were there some special circumstances that rendered it more useful in that battle than it typically would be, or was the commander an outlier in the armoured conning tower debate? So the short answer is yes, kind of both. Obviously the CO is advocating for the retention of the conning tower in large part because of what he's just gone through, but also those were some fairly unique circumstances. Now, the conning towers are useful in certain instances. I've pointed out in the past, they're very useful for stopping splinters and small caliber guns. The problem is that in most circumstances, in a battleship engagement in World War II, or indeed in large parts of World War One, you shouldn't be in a circumstance where that's a problem. Especially the small caliber gunfire. Sure, shrapnel's always going to be something of a problem, but for the most part, a heavy caliber shell passing through the superstructure will just do that. Most of the shrapnel blasts are going to result if the shell is hitting something fairly big and heavy, which tends to be further down in the ship. So you are playing a bit of a game of percentages by staying on an open and unprotected bridge, but you can make the bridge splinter and shrapnel proof without too much weight. Now, the thing is with South Dakota is that obviously she was not fighting a long-range battleship engagement the way that she should have been, due to various issues, most importantly, obviously, the failure of her sensor systems on multiple repeated occasions in a fairly short amount of time. She ended up at extremely close range, at which point she was being pelted by everything and the kitchen sink that the Japanese could throw at her. Now, in those circumstances, there were a lot of explosive and small caliber rounds being hurled at her, and so there was a lot of blast and shrapnel going on in and around the superstructure, and flames and all this kind of stuff. And yes, in those circumstances, but where you're being worked over at an exceptionally close range, a conning tower may well help preserve the command and control crew of a battleship from that. It's going to be about as useless as it ever was if it gets hit by a main battery from a battleship or battlecruiser. But considering that obviously the majority of hits on South Dakota weren't 14-inch AP rounds, it had a utility in that circumstance. But in a lot of ways, it is kind of the Issei paradox again. Yes, you have a thing that has some utility. The fact that it has utility probably indicates you're in a much, much worse position than you should be, and that's probably the least of your concerns at that point. Decimus Martalis asks, with the location of spotlights on ships being known to the bridge crew, were they ever used to find the range of a target by measuring the interception between the lights? Whilst it's a good idea in theory, in practice the answer is no. The simple fact of the matter is that whilst it worked for 617 Squadron when they were attacking the Mona, Ida and Sorp dams, that was when you're talking about a range of about 50 feet. The searchlights on battleships had to range out a couple of orders of magnitude more than that. And also, they had to pick up some fairly large targets, so it wasn't like the beams were particularly tight. I mean, they weren't completely and utterly diffuse, otherwise they'd never reach out very far either, but, as you've probably seen from photos of the Battle of Savo Island or the Battle of Surigao Strait, you're talking about a beam that can illuminate at least half a cruiser, if not more. At which point, trying to identify, exactly where the two light circles completely line up is going to be very difficult at best, and the equipment to tell you exactly what bearing each light was at and compare them just wasn't there. I mean, it existed, you could in theory fit it, but it wasn't installed on the ships themselves. Mostly because of this imprecision, because when you're talking about illuminating something hundreds, maybe even thousands of yards away, as was found with the rangefinders, you needed absolute precision to be able to get an accurate reading. And to be perfectly honest, if you were at a range that was close enough that something like whole degrees of bearing between the two searchlights might make, it would be precise enough at that stage to give you a range, well, at that range, your guns are effectively a point-and-click interface anyway, so you don't need to know the range. You just point gun at target, press button. So yeah, I mean, you could probably do it these days, maybe with lasers, but there's just unfortunately a level of imprecision at any range where you might actually need to know the range when it comes to searchlights. Christopher Dent asks, what role do aesthetics typically play in warship design? Does form follows function rule over all, or are design choices made for other reasons? Aesthetics take more and more of a backseat as warship design progresses. So, back in the 15th, 16th century, when everybody was painting their ships bright colours, and then later on they were gilding them, and you had very high fore and after castles, obviously the decoration was all aesthetic, although it also did have a purpose beyond the aesthetic, which was to impress and intimidate, and some of the levels that were built into the castles on either end were also more for show and intimidation than they were for necessarily practical values. Now, as time goes on, especially when it comes to the rather intense environment of warship battles, this becomes, as I said, less and less important. The painting and the gilding go, the high fore and aft castles go, and eventually you're down to effectively the paint job and the figureheads as any way of looking neat and tidy and aesthetically pleasing. And then even that goes. I mean, occasionally you do get complaints, like when the rounded sterns were introduced in sailing vessels in the 1810s and 1820s. People complained it looked hideous, even though it actually gave a significant amount of strength benefits to the ship. But once you get into the age of, well, the age of ironclad should tell you just exactly how little attention was paid to aesthetics in most of those ships' designs. And once you got into the era of the pre-Dreadnought and the Dreadnought, again, aside from sort of ancillary stuff like the bow ornaments on US capital ships and paint jobs, everything else was form over everything. But there was a happy medium in that, the old adage of if it looks good, it probably is good, does generally apply for warship construction. If a warship, at least by the time of the Dreadnought era, looked utterly hideous, it probably wasn't actually that good a warship, and conversely, the warships that tended to look the best from an aesthetic point of view also tended to actually be some of the best functioning warships, purely because, whilst form follows function, it turns out that there is a quite nice correlation between the two. And then, of course, you do end up with a few rather divisive ones like the Nelsons, but, there's always an exception to every rule. Trevor Polasek asks, by 1940, the US was sending tons of supplies over to Britain as part of the lend-lease program. How much of these supplies were for the Royal Navy, and what kind of supplies were sent? In 1940, it's actually a lot more difficult to pin down. So here's HMS Delhi. In 1941, she's refitted, as you can see, with 5-inch 38 caliber guns and a Mark 37 fire control system, which of course means that the Royal Navy will need spares and, US 5-inch shells. So that's a relatively easy thing to track. But in 1940, it's actually a lot more difficult, because at that point the US is, well, A, not involved in the war, not that it was in early 41 either, but the amount that it was involved in was also considerably less. Towards the end of the 1940, though, you did have the transfer of the 50 destroyers and the destroyers for bases deal, so that's a fairly easy one to point out the supplies of ships that were going for the Royal Navy, and of course, spare parts and such like to keep them operational. But prior to that, you'd be looking at mostly base components and raw materials, so food, oil, machinery parts, ammunition, etc. But most of that could be used for the army, for the air force, in terms of food for pretty much anybody. Some of it was ordered for the Royal Navy, but, if you've taken a refrigerated ship that's got 4,000 tons of beef on it, and it's the 6th one that month, and eventually 1,200 tons is allocated to the Navy, well, which ship did those 1,200 tons of beef come from? And did it even come from one ship? Or was it like 100 tons there, 400 tons there, and so forth? Because remember, at this point, the guns that the British use and the guns the American use are different. So the shells for British guns on naval ships are going to be manufactured in Britain. The same thing with the engines. The engines and turbines are going to be different, so the spare parts, again, are going to be made in the UK. Most of the big intrinsic stuff that you could definitively say, yes, this was explicitly for the Royal Navy, would already be manufactured in the UK. The raw materials to make some of that might well come from the US, say some of the component metals to use to make brass in order to make cartridges for anti-aircraft guns, shells, or something like that. But again, working out exactly how those resources are divvied up once they get to the UK, as opposed to, just the raw numbers that transit the Atlantic, is somewhat difficult. What is somewhat easier to work out, though, is that in 1940, quite a number of British ships were going to the US for repairs or refits, obviously all, at that point, all being paid for, but that, if you class that as supplies, even though they're not technically crossing the Atlantic to Britain, that's a much easier thing to quantify, because obviously the ship goes into a US dockyard, and you can then look at the dockyard bills and work out exactly what was put on the ship, what was taken off the ship, etc. The almighty Hypnotoad from Newfoundland asks, the development of tanks saw many designs and ideas rejected by one country only to be put into mass production by another. For example, many designs and ideas by J. Walter Christie were rejected by the United States, but were adopted and put into mass production by the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom. My question is this: of the major naval powers, was there any technology that was highly adopted by one nation, only to be generally shunned by others? A lot of the naval technological differences weren't so much people shunning certain technologies as going down slightly different routes, or just not developing the technologies, at least not developing them at roughly the same time. For example, you can't really, well, you couldn't kind of say that Italy shunned radar technology in that they shut down their radar development section before the war started, But once the war got going, it's not really fair to say that the Italians completely shunned radar technology, because once they realised what use the British were making of it, they then tried to get a move on with redeveloping their own. It just took a bit longer than they actually had in the war as far as deploying it widespread across the fleet is concerned. And people like the Japanese did figure out eventually, or relatively quickly, they also wanted radar, but again, amount of technological development and amount of resources available was a bit of a hamper on them. And then you've got design ideas like the Italian high velocity guns. Most everyone knew about high velocity guns and how to build them, but they chose different types of gun, either low velocity or standard velocity weapons, for their own purposes and based on a balance of factors. So it wasn't that they completely rejected the idea of a high velocity gun, they just thought they had a slightly better alternate solution. But when it comes to specifically rejecting a form of technology and going after something similar but quite different, I guess rangefinders would probably be a good one. From the video on fire control that I did, most of you probably know that you have stereoscopic and coincidence type rangefinders, and there was a very clear marked divide between the nations that decided that they wanted to use the stereoscopic type and nations that decided they wanted to use the coincidence type, and they largely, until obviously radar took over, stuck to their guns on those. The exception being the Italians, who just decided they'll have, pretty much every rangefinder they could find and stuff them on the Littorios. And I suppose you can also point to maybe oxygen-fueled torpedoes. So everyone theoretically had the technology to do it, and if you had experimented with the idea, Nelson and Rodney's torpedoes, for example, were enriched oxygen, but only the Japanese embraced it and obviously adopted it into the Long Lance and its derivatives, whereas everybody else did shun that particular form of technology, obviously, to a certain degree, much to everybody's regret later on. Andre Gardner asks, when it comes to your photo preservation efforts, have you encountered much in the way of stereoscopic imagery, and is the extra information contained in such stereo pairs of any historic research value beyond the novelty? So for those of you who aren't aware, stereoscopic imagery was quite popular in the late 19th, early 20th century, and it involves a pair of very similar photos, as you can see here. And the idea is you would view them using a special but relatively uncomplicated little viewing apparatus, and that would create the illusion of 3D. It was actually also used quite extensively during World War I and World War II for aerial reconnaissance, because it meant that the people who were looking at the photos could get a better idea of what those photos had actually seen, rather than just potentially plain 2D imagery. Now, in terms of extra information in stereo pairs, yes, it can be of some quite interesting historical value. I mean, there is the fact that for the vast majority of subjects captured in stereoscopic imagery, those ships, and in some cases those locations, no longer exist. So getting to see them in 3D, especially if there isn't a 3D model of them from a game or something like that, it has a certain value in and of itself. But it can also be very useful to put things into certain contexts. So if you're trying to work out where a ship is, perhaps looking at the back city in the background, by seeing it in 3D, you get a better idea of how the buildings are laid out. So you don't have to wonder, okay, well, is this building, which is probably slightly blurred, because hopefully the focus is on the ship itself, is this building in front of this other building? Is it parallel to this other building? Is it further back than this other building? Because, there may be a large building with 3 chimneys. There might be one of those that's fairly distinctive in a certain port near a waterfront or away from a waterfront in another city. So that can be quite handy. But it can also help when you are looking at the main subject of the photo, because it can help you get an idea of how that ship actually worked in practice. Because, I mean, okay, again, a 3D model might be better, but especially for pre-Dreadnought era ships where you have a lot of wing turrets and so forth, it can help you work out from a photo what the practicalities of certain gun bearings might be, or how a ship may be identified when you're actually looking at it in real life, what the key features of it would have been for a lookout, in a way that's a little bit harder if you're just looking at an orthographic plan or a 2D image. Captain Landlocked asks, the Nazis had a certain penchant for esoteric weapons, from your Wunderwaffen rockets up to sound cannons to the Ratterpanzer, etc. However, I've never really seen such weapon ideas for naval warfare. Were there any rough design ideas like this for naval warfare? There were a few, but when it comes to the naval stuff, if you like, the German wonder weapons tended to either be complete flights of fancy or fail hilariously badly in a lot of cases. So you've got the ever-increasing H-number battleships, which, as I've mentioned before, once you get past about H40, they're just completely impractical. Someone's just drawing them to avoid being sent to the Eastern Front, because Germany just does not have the industrial capability to build these things. So, I mean, for anything else you might want to say about, a Ratter tank or something, at least you can point to some kind of industry, probably actually the shipbuilding industry, that could conceivably have put the thing together even if it didn't work. Whereas with an H-44, there isn't anywhere to put the blasted thing together, period. And then you have things like the Admiral Hipper class, which you could in some ways describe as an attempt at a wonder weapon, because they're absolutely massive compared to treaty cruisers, especially high displacement. But whilst they're okay heavy cruisers, they kind of fall flat on their face as, dominant ships over the treaty cruisers, because they're not that much better than some of them and not at all better than others. And in the end, what have you managed to produce with a Hipper class cruiser? You've produced a relatively decent cruiser that can compete with treaty cruisers, but you've also produced something that's within shouting distance of a Des Moines class heavy cruiser in terms of tonnage. And I can absolutely guarantee you a Des Moines is a better ship in practically every way. And this is fundamentally the problem. Whereas with tanks or aircraft or missiles and things like this, there is a degree of, technological advancement can make something in approximately the same ballpark of size, but make it considerably better. Whereas with warships, in part the technology that's already on them is fairly cutting edge, and in part just their sheer size, regardless of practically any vessel you're talking about, means that you end up in a situation where the only real way to get an absolutely superior ship in any given class, whether that be destroyers, cruisers, battleships, etc., usually just involves making one much bigger to support bigger and nastier weapons. And as I say, with the Hippers, that didn't really work out. With the Bismarcks, as I've said before, they're okay for throwing down with treaty battleships, but they're also 7,000 tons heavier, so yeah, slow hand clap there. And the same thing with the destroyers. The Germans tried to match the French super destroyers, and much as I've said before, the French super destroyers really overdid it and had a lot of redundant stuff in there that really didn't actually help them. The German attempts to match them, I'd take a French super destroyer over a German equivalent, because at least the French ones had a useful habit of staying upright when you'd burn through most of their fuel. Now, that's not to say they didn't come up with some rather nifty and nasty weapons and weapon systems for the Kriegsmarine. I mean, the homing torpedo and the electric U-boats, the electro boats towards the end of the war, those you could see as examples of wonder weapons. I mean, what is an acoustic homing torpedo? It's a guided weapons system in an era when, in other equivalent fields, there isn't a guided surface-to-surface missile or surface-to-surface rocket going on at this point, like an anti-tank missile. They're all still point-and-shoot things. And, air-to-surface or air-to-air or surface-to-air guided weapon systems, they're kind of beginning to come in towards the end of the war, but most of them are still manually guided. And there's a few, like the Bat bomb eventually, as in the early cruise missile, not the one that was just full of incendiary bats, that kind of are just about getting there in terms of guided weapons, but the German acoustic torpedo predates those by a reasonable amount, especially on the scale of World War II. So you can really classify those things as wonder weapons, or at least in the loosest sense of the word, but it turns out that a fair number of them do. It's easier to counter them than it is to necessarily produce them, although they do remain a relatively significant threat as the war goes on. So yeah, German efforts to make wonder weapons for the naval part of things are in large part hamstrung by a relative degree of inexperience with design due to interwar restrictions, and two, just to say the sheer fact that most of the naval superweapons outside of stuff like homing torpedoes is just make it bigger, which you roll back onto they don't actually know exactly how to design a lot of this stuff particularly brilliantly, and that tends to therefore fail more often than not. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, you and other scholarly commentators have observed that the interwar German Navy was designed to engage the French rather than British Navy. Looking at Scharnhorst, Bismarck, Hipper, etc., I can see your point. But looking at the early German interwar navy, I don't. Even ignoring the decision to name their first interwar cruiser after the most successful commerce raider in modern history, the pocket battleships seem like a notable middle finger directed at British interests. Am I missing something, or was early German naval doctrine directed more at Britain rather than France? The thing you've got to remember about the Panzerschiff is that they are not specifically designed for any particular German naval doctrine. They're more designed to get the most out of the upcoming replacements for the three oldest pre-dreadnoughts in the German Navy. So they're limited to 10,000 tons. They decide they want to keep it at 11-inch guns, and then you look at the design options that the Germans are considering, and whilst there's a lot of individual variations, they've effectively realised that in terms of capital ship replacement, they have one of two choices. They can either go with a very small, heavily armoured coast defence battleship, something in the vein of the Scandinavian ones, or they can go with what's effectively a slightly overdone cruiser, which is obviously the option they end up going down. But that's literally all the choices they have. They can't replace them with more numerous smaller craft because they're only allowed 1-for-1 replacement. So you can't do sort of 4, 6 or 7,000 ton cruisers or something like that. You have to replace them like for like, and if you're replacing it like for like, well, you might as well use the full 10,000 tons you're allocated. And if you're not going to go with what they probably saw as a relatively humiliating coastal defence ship, you're going to end up with either something that looks a bit like a County or an Algerie, or you're going to end up with something that looks like a Deutschland. They have a mission, but their mission of commerce raiding, let's face it, even the Reichsmarine, which is what they were at the time, isn't thinking, our 3 ships will, take on the entire Royal Navy. They know that's going to work. They know the Royal Navy has Hood, Renown and Repulse, apart from anything else, which could quite happily murder the 3 Deutschlands. The French, however, don't have any battle cruisers. The only things the French have at the time that the Deutschlands are being considered, as far as in service, is the Duquesnes. And, I wouldn't want to take the Duquesne up against a particularly angry destroyer, let alone a heavy cruiser, or a heavy cruiser that they've stuck small-grade battleship guns on. So, for doing limited commerce raiding against the French, it does make a certain amount of sense. And they look pretty good for showing the flag and all that kind of thing. So, whilst the Reichsmarine is not in any way, shape or form directed towards a particular navy in opposition, the way that the Kriegsmarine would be, the Deutschlands only make any kind of marginal strategic sense if they are thinking about going after somebody with a relatively small navy that lacks fast ships, i.e. Russia or France. It doesn't make sense to build the Deutschlands if you're going up against a navy that can either just saturate the world with cruiser squadrons or has battle cruisers, and the Royal Navy has both, and the Americans have the former. So it's kind of a self-selecting process at that point. Sui420 Den asks, do you believe that the fuel oil remaining in shipwrecks around the world poses a major environmental threat, or is the threat only present in certain high-density areas like Crete, Narvik or Iron-Bottom Sound? As the majority of the wrecks are from World War II, how do you feel about oil removal operations disturbing war graves, and as the majority of these wrecks belong to the rich nations and are outside of their territorial waters, do these nations have a responsibility to clean up their wrecks to prevent environmental degradation in the less developed world, especially considering that a large number of these wrecks are in the territorial waters of former colonies and the wrecks belong to those colonial powers? I mean, on a most basic level, any kind of oil spill is obviously bad for the environment and should be avoided where possible. However, I think there is a sliding scale of how much of a threat the ships present and whether anything should be done about it, which is dependent on, I think, three things. One, as you mentioned, there are wrecks which are concentrated with a bunch of other wrecks. There's some fairly high density areas like the Iron-Bottom Sound or Narvik, where multiple major oil spill events could have a serious effect on the local environment. So those do need to be taken in consideration. However, the other two elements, I think, which require consideration is also where the wrecks are in terms of depth and what relative position to the nearest land mass, and also what state the wrecks are in. Because if a wreck is considerably deeper, so let's say Bismarck or even Johnston levels, as opposed to something like some of the Iron-Bottom Sound wrecks where you could almost scuba dive to them, well, the ones in shallower water tends to host more life, so that should be a consideration. It's more dangerous if the oil's released there. That's not to say there isn't deep water life, it's just the density is usually much lower. But also, the deeper the ship is, the much harder it is to actually access the wreck. And the wreck itself, obviously, then may be difficult. I mean, if a ship's flipped upside down, then accessing the oil tanks is going to be somewhat easier than if the ship's smashed into the seabed, right way up and has buried itself almost up to the waterline or past the waterline in sediment. So I think you do have to calculate somewhat on how difficult it's going to be to access those fuel tanks. And then the final bit is, as I say, what state the wreck is in already. So if the wreck has survived with most of its fuel tanks intact but is on the verge of a catastrophic failure, like a hull collapse, that could release several thousand tons of oil all at the same time, then that, yes, very definitely should have some attention paid to it. Whereas if by monitoring you discover, well, actually this wreck has been releasing small amounts of oil for decades, well, again, you don't really want any oil in the ocean, but a very small trickle of oil that no one's really noticed because it's so small it's basically just dispersed, that you probably don't need to put on quite at the same kind of priority level as, there's a battleship's bunker worth of fuel and it's about to all get released at once. So taking into account all those factors, that gives you kind of a hierarchy where some wrecks, I would argue, you probably don't need to worry about much at all. Others you probably need to worry about very, very quickly. As far as them disturbing war graves, I'm relatively okay with it, because if you go to remove the oil from a wreck, you're not seeking to make a profit from the war grave. You're not seeking to disturb or recover artifacts or disturb the people who died with the ship. So it's not a perfect analogy, but I would view recovering the oil from a wrecked World War II ship in order to preserve the local environment would be somewhat akin to, I don't know, defusing a World War II bomb that had landed in a graveyard. Yeah, if you do that, no one's going to accuse you of grave robbing, even though you are actually quite possibly legitimately actually digging up graves, because your intent is to make the area safer for everyone, including, I guess, the remains of the dead. Not that they particularly care at that point, but there you go. Now, as far as who should be responsible for cleaning up the wrecks, unfortunately that gets into a very political question, because even with relatively simple ones, like ships that have sunk in relatively shallow water and are upside down, it's still going to be quite expensive and complicated to remove the oil. And as such, you can guarantee that every political party and government on the planet, pretty much, that's got any shot of power at least, is going to be swinging their arms around and raising a hue and cry about how it's not their responsibility. The people who own the wrecks are probably going to sit there and go, well, no, it's fine, just leave our stuff alone, but to a certain degree, why is it our problem if the oil tanks breach? Is not going to affect us, but you also can't touch our property. Also, we didn't intend for that ship to end up there. It's the fault of the people who sunk it. You should go and talk to them, because clearly they were evil, and that's why we were fighting them. And if it's a let's say a British wreck or an American wreck that was a ship that was sunk fighting the Nazis, you probably got a fairly legitimate argument there. But I can guarantee you, in somewhere like the Pacific, if you've got an American or British government saying, well, the Japanese should pay, they're the ones who sank it, and the Japanese were not the nicest of people in World War II, so maybe they should pay for it. I can guarantee you there's probably a couple of major political parties in Japan who turn around and say, no, we were trying to liberate Greater East Asia from vicious colonial oppressors, and so they're the ones who should pay for it. We were doing everybody a favour by sinking their ships. And back and forth it would go. Meanwhile, I don't know, Indonesia or Malaysia or the Philippines is just watching the oil bubble up and kill everything in sight. So, and flip it around on its head, you'll probably get, if someone says there's a Kriegsmarine or a Japanese Navy wreck out there, you probably get various groups in those countries who'd be turning around and saying, no, get the, Britain's or America sunk it, they should pay for it. So I think rather than any one particular organisation or political group or nation having to pay for it, what might be best, and good grief, I can't believe I'm saying this, is... Yeah, actually, no, I'm not even going to say it, because, get the UN involved. That'll help. That's never a phrase that's ended well. But I think there should be some kind of international organisation, maybe one that could be explicitly set up by a treaty, where, let's say, the naval powers that are most likely to have a wreck floating around, well, not floating around, sitting around out there that could be hazardous. So, Italy, Germany, France... Britain, America, Russia, Japan, maybe Spain, those kinds of powers, if they can all get together and say, okay, we're going to jointly put money collectively into a pool and maybe donate a recovery ship or ships or some skilled teams or whatever, or if those teams already exist, put them on retainer. And then if a wreck from whatever navy is found and whoever's waters they're in decides they actually would like to get rid of it, or get rid of the oil at least, then that organisation can be called upon to just go and recover the oil regardless of whose ship it is, because all the signatories have signed up to say, yes, you can recover the oil from our ships. And just do it that way. That seems to me the most fair, equitable and sensible way of doing things, which of course means that because politicians are politicians, it'll never happen. Riva asks, you've mentioned at the Battle of Jutland, parts of communication failure least included the risk of radio jamming, whilst elsewhere code breaking was accepted as radio direction finding. Just what was the level of electronic warfare technology at Jutland? How responsively could they be used? Was there direction finding of a jammed warship could presumably point you rapidly to something interesting, for example? We usually hear about it in a World War II context. It fascinates me to think that such technologies are older than we might otherwise imagine. The level of electronic warfare capability varied somewhat. So things like radio direction finding or triangulation, that kind of stuff, you could do it at sea to a certain extent, but more realistically, much as it was usually done in World War II, any attempt that was likely to succeed in any big way was probably best coordinated from land, both because you had a much wider set of base stations, and obviously you could have much bigger technology, or bigger radio antennas and such like, which, given that the radio is still in its infancy, was actually quite important for this kind of thing. The radio technology that you could fit aboard a battleship, large as a battleship is, would still be of somewhat limited capability compared to what you might be able to construct on land. As far as... And also you didn't have steerable antennas either, so if you're trying to home in on, well, there's jamming, let's try and home in on it, you can probably tell either by steering the ship or just by sailing around roughly where the jamming's getting stronger and where it's getting weaker, but that really only gives you a single dimension of approach. That doesn't, it tells you, well, in that rough direction it's stronger, so there's something over there, but what that something is or where exactly it is and how far away it is, who knows. But when it comes to the actual electronic warfare, active electronic warfare side of things, jamming and such, it was nowhere near as complex as it would be in World War II, although perhaps surprisingly more complex than you might otherwise think. The most basic form of jamming which was used at the time was simply overloading either known channels that the enemy operated on or the entire radio spectrum, or as close as you could to it, simply by just broadcasting either white noise or disruptive noise or music, to basically anything that would make it impossible to easily pick out the transmitted messages that were supposed to be coming over that channel or those channels in that local area. And to do that is not the world's most spectacularly complex solution. I mean, heck, I even did it to a certain degree when I was at Disney World in Florida 20 years ago now. Bearing in mind that we're talking about an era that's practically, not quite, but practically before the advent of widespread mobile phones, and certainly back in an era where you paid through the nose to actually make calls. My family took me to Disney World back when I was a kid to visit. We were having a great time, except, of course, in a park that large, then with two brothers plus myself plus my mum and dad, there's a very high chance someone was going to get lost or want to go off and do something like grab a snack or whatever. So we came up with the ingenious idea, while we're in the local Walmart, of buying a set of two-way radios, walkie-talkies, so that we could communicate with each other without, spending the entire family savings on phone bills, even if they'd work in the States, which at that point, without roaming and such, they probably wouldn't have anyway. Except that, despite the fact that there were nine main channels, and then of those 24 sub-channels on each main channel, some utterly benighted moron decided it would be funny to channel hop and intercept other people's radio communications, because obviously at that point a lot of people had the same idea, but most of them were kind enough to stick to their channel, so you could in theory just dial around until you found an empty channel, set your walkie-talkies to that setting, and then you could go off and do your thing. Except, as I say, someone decided to keep switching channels, and they were the same set of people, because I could recognise their voices after a while, and whatever you switched to, sooner or later, they'd be on your channel, rabbiting away about the most inane and stupid things. And so eventually I got so fed up, I actually took two walkie-talkies, turned them microphone to speaker, put them together, hit the transmit button, which of course causes a feedback loop, and then started moving them towards each other and away from each other to create a warbling, screaming feedback loop. It was so gratifying to hear those idiots shut up for the first time in 3 hours. I just wonder why I didn't think about it sooner. But yeah, that is basic electronic warfare. Drown out the channel and they can't do anything. So yeah, Apply that to World War One, probably with about as much vindictiveness, and there's your base level electronic warfare systems. Tyler Kuhn asks, why, during the interwar period, did none of the naval powers build any battle cruisers? I assume the Germans still had plans for the Derfflinger and Ersatz-York class battle cruisers they could modernise, and the French and Italians both had their own plans for battle cruisers. So what was stopping them? Isn't a battle cruiser cheaper to build than a battleship? A couple of factors. One was that for the larger nations, they were restricted from building anything for, well, over 10 years. Initially it was 10 years, and then they decided to extend it. And by the time they got to the other side, mid-1930s, whilst the battleship and battlecruiser hadn't quite merged, the fast battleship had done 90% of the merging, and everyone was building fast battleships. And that's for the big powers. And then for the medium and small size powers, the ones that weren't necessarily either so restricted or restricted at all. Well, I mean, the Germans were restricted quite heavily by the Treaty of Versailles. Even if they had a modernised Ersatz-York, they couldn't build the thing because the Versailles Treaty said 10,000 tons, and that's your lot. And by the time you got to the Anglo-German Naval Treaty, well, see the endless argument somewhere on the internet about whether Scharnhorst was a battleship or a battlecruiser. The French definitely had battlecruiser plans, reasonably well developed. The Italians, they were still looking mostly at the Francesco Caracciolo's, which were kind of fast battleships, just this side of fast battleship rather than battlecruiser. But they both had larger problems called the economy, which meant they really couldn't afford to build or even maintain the navies that they had. For the most part in the 1920s and early 30s. Once they kicked off their own building programs, again, you went back to being fast battleships because that was somewhat better. Basically, when you have a limited economy, limited number of ships you can build, and your choice is fast battleship or battlecruiser, 99% of the time you're going to choose fast battleship. But as far as costs went, actually, by the interwar period, a battlecruiser would have been more expensive. Back at the beginning, when you had the Invincibles, Von der Tann, versus things like the Dreadnought, Bellerophon, Nassau's, etc., at that point, battlecruisers were either on a par with or just a fraction cheaper than the average battleship, but that very rapidly changed. Very, very rapidly indeed. I mean, by the time you reach the end of the main battlecruiser building period before the interruptions and inherent with the First World War, an Iron Duke class battleship is going to set you back around about £2 million, give or take a little bit, whereas the companion battlecruiser, HMS Tiger, costs just a fraction under 2.6 million. So the battle cruisers at that point are actually considerably more expensive than the battleships. So actually the economy choice is the battleship as well. And that's because in order to attain the speed required of a battle cruiser, the ship itself has to be physically larger. I mean, HMS Tiger is just over 700 foot long and displaces 28,500 tons, whereas Iron Duke is just over 620 foot long and displaces about 25,000 tons. So Tiger is heavier and longer than Iron Duke by a considerable amount. And it's the same beam, so you're not making any savings there. Main armament-wise, you're saving one turret, which, okay, it's a saving, but it's not a tremendous amount of saving compared to the sheer increase in size. And then, of course, you have a much, much more extensive power plant. I mean, again, using Tiger and Iron Duke, you've got 85,000 shaft horsepower from a lot of boilers compared to Iron Duke, which is doodling along at 29,000 shaft horsepower on considerably fewer boilers. So the machinery costs for battlecruiser are absolutely immense. Sure, again, you're making a slight saving on armour, but to be honest, the overall cost between producing a 9-inch plate or a 12-inch plate are relatively minimal, because most of the costs involved are in the manufacturing of it, period. Not so much the fact that one is 3 inches thicker than the other. There's a little bit more in material costs, but that's really about all. So, yeah, battle cruisers get very expensive very quickly. Snowstalker36 asks, I recently read through the first team series by John Lundstrom, and he makes a great deal of the US Navy's pre-war focus on deflection shooting in fighter training, something most air forces didn't do. Such training would indeed be very useful given the opponents they faced in the Pacific, but I hadn't heard about this from anyone else. How much emphasis did the US Navy actually place on that training, and who was the clairvoyant person responsible for that focus? Well, as it's a somewhat detailed question about aerial warfare, I would suggest possibly someone like military aviation history might be better equipped to answer some of the more precise details, like who exactly put this process into place. However, in more general terms, I think it's a little inaccurate to say that nobody else trained their pilots in deflection shooting. Certainly for the RAF and Fleet Air Arm, there was some training in deflection shooting, even if it was some of it was formal and some of it was perhaps less intentional, but still there. So, for example, fighter pilots were encouraged to do a lot of clay pigeon shooting. Now, of course, if you're going to shoot clay pigeons, you have to learn deflection shooting, so that gives you kind of an instinct for it to a certain degree. But also, a lot of target practice in the interwar period involved a plane carrying a big sort of target windsock up, and planes would attack it. Now, of course, you can't just fly up behind the windsock and hose it down with machine gun bullets, because then you'll end up shooting down the tow plane, and they tend to take a very dim view of that. So you have to make a angled approach on the thing, which generally means, unless you're prepared to basically almost fly into the thing, you have to have a certain amount of deflection to let you actually hit the thing in the first place. And to be honest, though, even then, with that kind of ingrained, one of the big problems with all of that is that the speeds involved are somewhat lower than they will be for, aircraft screaming around the sky at full military power. And so when they did try full-scale exercises, certainly on British aircraft, they found that people were drastically underestimating the amount of deflection they needed to give, which actually led the British to try and solve the problem with developing the gyroscopic gun sight, but that didn't arrive for most of the war. It kind of came in the middle of the war, at which point both the US and Britain adopted it. However, with all that said, and similar things are occurring in the Italian, German, Japanese air forces, etc. So a degree of deflection shooting is being introduced, including in the US Army Air Force. But the US Navy, what John Lundstrom is correct in, is the US Navy placed a far higher emphasis. It was far more of a priority to teach its pilots deflection shooting than everybody else's were. And that did stand them in very good stead, because they had this much greater understanding and capability, to the point that when you had Allied units operating together, especially in the Southwest Pacific, when it came to slashing attacks that require a good degree of deflection shooting, it was notable that certainly the pre-war cadres of US Navy pilots were out shooting practically everybody, whether it be Royal Air Force, Royal Australian Air Force, or US Army Air Force. So it was basically a case of moving the deflection shooting training from incidental and encouraged methods to an actual formal, calculated, inducted method, and that produced significantly superior results. Camino John asks, in an earlier Drydock, you stated that ship models were almost a priceless resource for a nation's shipbuilders, and the superintendent of the Chatham dockyards even risked life and limb to rescue the British models from when the Dutch attacked on the Medway. My questions are these. Were these models functional, i.e. could they be placed on a pond and used to test various seakeeping aspects of the design, or were they more engineering cutaway models where, say, the port side was complete and the starboard side showed ribbing and other engineering design aspects, which would also show the lines and design of the ship for future refinements? And 3, tying those two together, when building a new class of ship of the line, did they build a 1/10 or 1/20th scale mock-up of the ship to test? So no, the models weren't functional. Basically, things like Froud tanks had a little while to go, let's just say, and there was precious little else you could tell about a ship from modelling it at the kind of scale that they were doing. And no, there weren't any kind of 1/10 or 1/20th scale models of ships either, because it would cost an absolute fortune and still things wouldn't scale entirely properly. But what they were, as you can see with this example, were engineering cutaway models. So you could see how the ribbing was supposed to go together, or the frames. You could take measurements, and they were all built precisely. So the idea was that they were built to a scale such that you could take measurements of the frame spacing or the lines or exactly where the gun ports were supposed to go and all of these kind of things, height of the mast, and you could translate that up into cutting materials for the actual ship itself. And that was why it was so vital. It was effectively a 3D blueprint of what you were going to build, and also a record of what you had built, which would then allow you to, if you then got reports, okay, well, we built this ship and this ship and this ship, this one works really well, this one has some good qualities, some bad qualities, this one's pretty awful. You could then look at all of those and go, okay, this one works really well, but perhaps it doesn't have these qualities that this one that has some good and some bad qualities has. So if we add those the good design elements from the second ship to the first ship, we theoretically get an even better ship. But you can look at the models and to a certain extent play around with them and figure out if that's even possible. And this is why designs tend to be iterative, because they'd be working off of both ships themselves and these models, albeit these models were much easier to consult because the ships themselves tended to have things to do. And so when an enemy ship was captured, one of the first things that would be done, if it was in any decent shape and had any decent performance, would be to take it into dry dock, and an exacting survey would be done. Now from that, line drawings and plans would be drawn up, but also from the measurements and the line drawings and the plans, models, or a model, would be constructed in order to more readily compare it with other ships. So, and to be honest, a lot of this is to do with the human understanding, because if you look at a bunch of 2D plans of, let's say, USS President, and you compare them to the plans of either a proposed or an existing large Royal Navy frigate class, and you might understand some of the design elements that have gone into it looking at it, but especially for a shipwright of the time, it would be much easier to look at a 3D model like this, because look at the side view or look at individual frame views, and it might take you a while to figure out maybe what the lines are and thus how they differ from your own designs. Whereas if you have a model like this, you can put it next to a model of, let's say, a Leda class frigate and go, oh, right, I can immediately see where the differences are. And then you can start working out on to whether or not the differences you can see are the ones that have actually made the difference to the ship's performance or not. So it helps massively. And that's why they were kind of repositories of naval knowledge, because the other thing was, once a shipwright understands the concepts of ship design in the Age of Sail era, then you can pass these models down or ship them around the country, and any decent shipwright will understand them and be able to then build a ship to that kind of specification. Duke Master asks, the infamous 25mm Type 96 is widely derided for its performance, and perhaps rightly so. But if I remember correctly, it was based on a Hotchkiss design, being a company that did quality work around that time. When the Type 96, or the design upon which it was based, was introduced, aircraft weren't too impressive either. At the time entered service, the Type 96 wasn't that bad, surely? Well, as I've said in another answer I gave about the Type 96 a while ago, it was based on a mid-1930s anti-aircraft gun that had been proposed for the French, that the French rejected. It was the loser in a competition for France's mid-1930s anti-aircraft weapon. So it's not exactly coming from a great position of strength out of the starting block. And if this thing had been introduced in the late 1920s or even the early 1930s, then sure, you could argue that it's probably a half-decent weapon for taking pot shots at biplanes. But as it happens, the Type 96 is only introduced a year before pretty much everyone starts deploying monoplane strike aircraft and fighters across a majority of their air forces. You know, the Bf-109, the Hawker Hurricane, even the TBD Devastator, for what it's worth, they're all coming into service in 1937, the year after the Type 96 is introduced. And, you know, people know that those planes are coming in. And to give you an idea of just how bad the 25mm is, you know, the vast majority of even the TBD Devastators, much maligned as they are, were shot down by combat air patrol aircraft. Very few were actually shot down by the Japanese anti-aircraft batteries, and that's total anti-aircraft batteries, of which the Type 96 is only a part. The fundamental problem with the Type 96, to be honest, is the magazine feed. It's not got that many rounds, and it's difficult and slow to replace. And that basically means that when these are facing off against attacking aircraft, with anything that's got a faster changing mag or a ready feed ammo system or even just a larger magazine, they can engage from their maximum or optimal engagement range and keep engaging an enemy aircraft until basically it's too close to engage anymore. And if there is, maybe with some of those guns, a need to change the ammunition, you can do that relatively quickly. Whereas for the Type 96, if assuming that you open fire at optimal engagement range, you'll probably get one mag off, and then in the time it takes you to replace that with the next mag, you are going to be watching the aircraft get closer and closer and closer, and by the time you slam your second mag into the gun and can keep going, that aircraft's probably a bit too close. Either it's a bit too close to engage, or it's already dropped its weapon and is making its way off. So you're missing half, if not more, of the actual engagement time. And even then, that approach is suboptimal, because if you've got ammunition to spare, which, say, a 20mm Oerlikon in World War II did, then what you can do is actually engage beyond your optimal range. So you can start firing before you're really in a position to get the best amount of hits in, because with your tracer rounds, bearing in mind a lot of these things are being directed by eye, you can start to get a feel for the lead you're going to have to give. So, you know, yeah, you're going to waste 5, 10, 15 rounds firing your Oerlikon a bit too long range, but that means that by the time the aircraft enters your optimal range, you've got a pretty solid bead on him. Whereas if you do that with a Type 96, you'll get a fairly solid bead on the aircraft you're engaging right about the time you run out of ammunition, which is not good. And when you compare it to, you know, something like the 40mm pom-pom, now granted, yes, that 40mm pom-pom mount, whether it becoming quad or octuple or whatever, is a lot heavier than a 25mm, but pretty much the single greatest thing about the pom-pom is if you've got 4 or 8 barrels of 40mm shells, then unlike the Type 96, when an aircraft comes in, you just press the fire button, and you can hold the fire button down for the entirety of that aircraft's attack run, and you'll be spraying, you know, 4 or 8 rounds, obviously, per firing cycle from these guns. So you'll be sending a whole wall of lead downrange, and you don't have to stop, because the aircraft will be flying over your head before you've run out of ammunition, because it just has that much ammo. It is a particular saving grace of the pom-pom, and the reason I mention that is because the pom-pom is, of course, contemporary with the Type 96. Chief Eyeroll asks, can you tell me more about the history of the 14-inch 45 caliber naval gun produced by Vickers for the Japanese Navy and then equipped to the Kongo, Fuso and Issei classes? Was this Vickers Mark A sold to the Japanese similar or identical to the 14-inch 45 caliber design that competed with the 13.5-inch and 13-inch during the Admiralty Design Competition in 1908? And how much resemblance is there with from the Vickers Mark A compared to the Elzig 14-inch 45 caliber Mark I guns? Are they derived from the same or share an ancestral design? They are similar, but they're not identical. The Elzig gun has a performance profile that's close to the Vickers gun, but there are some key details. There's slight differences in weight, slight differences in the length that's rifled, different chamber volumes for the explosives, and of course, partly due to the service in different navies, the Elzec and Vickers guns use different propellants and different shells, which gives them overall slightly different performance characteristics. Broadly speaking, the Japanese gun, it has better characteristics, although how much better depends in large part on exactly what era you're looking at, because obviously the Congo's guns in 1943, for example, are firing something completely different to what they would have been firing in 1914. And as far as the specific Vickers gun that was used with the Japanese ships is concerned, that appears to post-date, at least in terms of final design, the competition that was run earlier between various other caliber weapons for the Royal Navy's Super Dreadnoughts. How much of the work that went into that earlier 14-inch design went into this one is, of course, something open to discussion unless and until somebody goes, perhaps they already have done, goes to the Vickers archives and figures out what cross-pollination there was. But to give you some idea of how close the guns could be, a couple of the Elzec guns were actually ordered for fitting on Yamashiro. So they were close enough that presumably the Japanese believed that with a few minor modifications here and there, you could have the Elzec guns fire with exactly the same level of performance as the Vickers guns did, which, there's a fairly high degree of vote of confidence, despite the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, there are subtle differences within the internals of the guns. Peter Guy asks, on photos of HMS Dreadnought and subsequent warships through World War II, there's a cage structure on the top of the funnels. The spaces between the bars of the cage look big enough that a human being or even a small compact car could pass through, so I don't think the cages are designed to keep anything out. What were the purpose and function of the funnel cages? Yes, these structures can be a bit of a mystery, because you say there's basically no protective value to them whilst under enemy fire. There is, however, a method to the madness here, and that is more specifically, these are support frameworks for canvas screens. Now, obviously, you don't want to put a canvas screen over a funnel while the ship is moving. That's going to end very badly. But when the ship is stopped and the boilers are cold, the last thing you want is the weather to come down the funnel into your boilers. And so when you see pictures of ships that are anchored up long term and are not really running any of their boilers, particularly when they're in reserve or if they're on quayside for a long time or perhaps even in dry dock, you will see pictures which will, if it's at the right angle, show these funnels have been capped with what appear to be canvas domes. And the reason they're domed is because, as you can see here, the grid is somewhat curved in order to make sure that water doesn't pool on the canvas. Tom Marshall asks, has there ever been a warship designed, built or contemplated with more than 4 propeller shafts? Yes, a few have been contemplated, a few have been designed, and 1 or 2 have even been built. Take, for example, the Novgorod, everybody's favourite frisbee of death, with a total of 6 propellers. You can see here, this is a side view, and in the picture you can see there's 3 visible to this side of the rudder. As it actually turned out, thanks to the unique hull shape of this particular vessel, they discovered that 2 of the propellers did literally nothing. It didn't make a single slightest bit of difference whether you had them running full power or whether you had them fully stopped. There's just no effect. So eventually they just went running around with 4 instead. But there's one example, and there's a few others in history, but it's not very common due to the sheer amount of machinery you end up having to squeeze into things, because ship hulls, well, unless you're a disc, tend to be relatively narrow compared to their length, and trying to find places to fit 5 propeller shafts in a warship when you're incorporating torpedo defense systems and armour, etc., is a little bit of an ask. Slasia Zhang asks, from my observation, many early cruisers in the Ironclad era carried a large forward or backward-facing turret, 210mm or larger. However, later on, as quick-firing guns developed, people seem to have given up on those large guns and simply used a bunch of quick-firing guns all round the ship. and some ships only having 150mm guns. Why is that? Didn't they care about penetrating enemy armour anymore? Well, a lot of the use of large guns on cruisers in the late 19th century came about because, well, there was this idea that, much like with battleships, you would use the big guns to inflict the fatal damage. And earlier in the period, so we're talking about what you probably classify as late ironclad going into early steel, the rate of fire of pretty much all guns was relatively low. I mean, your 6-inch guns and such would fire a little bit faster than a 10 or 12-inch, but actually not as much as you'd think. At which point, having big guns on small, fast cruisers had, two roles. One of which was, well, the rate of fire is not that much lower, and it'll do a heck of a lot of damage to a small cruiser. I mean, look at Matsushima here, that 12-inch gun on the back. Yeah, against an equivalent ship, a single good hit would probably blow a thing in half. But also, well, it's a capital ship grade weapon. A small, fast ship, especially with, the lack of fire control at the time and the slow rate of fire generally, might be able to get in and score a few devastating hits on a much bigger, much more expensive battleship. What happened was that when quick-firing guns started to emerge, then suddenly the rate of fire of your small and medium-sized guns went up dramatically, and all of a sudden, having a single or large gun, or maybe two, didn't seem like such a wise idea, because it took up an awful lot of space, an awful lot of weight, and an awful lot of your stability. And with the quick-firing guns, a ship that, say, was otherwise functionally identical, but sacrificed those one or two big guns for many smaller guns, would then be able to get off 30, 40, maybe even 60 rounds from its combined massed set small gun battery by the time you got your single shot off. And since we're still talking about protected cruisers, the chances of your upper works being intact at that point are pretty much slim to none. And that's all assuming that you actually hit your opponent with your one shot. If not, then they get off another nearly 100 rounds. So before you get another shot off, by which point you're almost certainly going to be on fire. So for the smaller cruisers, and by smaller I mean protected cruisers, because some protected cruisers were not physically small, it all started to die away in favour of large numbers of rapid-fire guns. As on some of the bigger ones, there would occasionally be a single large weapon or two, but not capital ship size. Usually talking something like a 7, 8, 9.2-inch weapon. And that was there initially mainly as a sort of a coup de grace weapon, much as everyone envisaged the battleship's guns being. Then later on, as the armoured cruiser arose, it also became something that you could actually use to fight back against armoured cruisers, because inevitably, when the armoured cruiser, well, I guess re-arose at that point, because it had already gone through at least one phase by this stage, then you then began to see single and twin mountings of large weapons reappearing on them, because now their belt armour rendered them mostly, at least for the Citadel, immune to incoming light fire. It didn't matter how quick firing your 6-inch gun was, if the vitals of the enemy ship couldn't be pierced, the theory went it would just be able to keep shooting at you till you eventually died. And so the armoured cruisers gradually began to develop these larger weapons to deal with their kin, and as I say, the bigger protected cruisers began to get those heavy guns back to deal with them. And then it split off again, because the armoured cruiser began to die in the mid-1900s with the advent of the battle cruiser, at which point it was clear that, your small protected cruisers, later to be light cruisers, there was no way you were going to stand against a battle cruiser, even if you did happen to have maybe an 8.3 or a 9.2 or whatever inch gun. And so the light cruisers kind of dropped back again down to just mass batteries, for a given value of mast, of 6-inch weapons, when they weren't coming up in design lineage from upgraded small protected cruisers that already had like 4-inch guns. Primark359 asks, I was recently thinking about USS Franklin and Tom Scott's HMS Excellent videos. I came away struck by just how terrifying doing damage control would have been. Personally, it seems to me that it would be much harder for me to hold a hose whilst walking into a blazing hangar deck than it would be to storm a beach or go over the top. While the latter has been shown innumerable times, from Saving Private Ryan to Paths of Glory, are you aware of any unflinching depictions of naval damage control? Can you recommend any? And am I in any way incorrect in my assessment of the risk and bravery it entailed? P.S. Any chance of you taking a trip to the Royal Navy's damage control simulator as well, and perhaps showing it off in a video longer than 7 minutes? As far as depictions of damage control go, off the top of my head, it's rather difficult to imagine, because I mean, I could point you to any number of books where the rigours and risks of damage control are explicitly laid out in sometimes quite horrifying detail, because obviously that's the kind of media I tend to consume. In terms of visual media, movies and such showing what damage control was like, that's a bit more difficult, because one, I don't tend to consume that kind of media as much as I do, the written word, and two, it is to a certain extent somewhat neglected in media. A lot of the time when you see damage control at all, it tends to either be a very short snippet that ends horrifically badly, which has basically been put in there as a shorthand for, yeah, everything's gone horribly wrong on the ship, or it's pretty much for the same purpose, but to emphasise the human tragedy of it all, a short clip of someone making, a hard decision to close a bulkhead, despite the fact there's still being crewmen behind that. There's a couple of scenes like that in Titanic, I think. But for general media depictions, unfortunately, I'm not really the right person to go to. Although, people in the comments, if you can think of something, then please say so. A lot of the ones that immediately come to mind are less about damage control and more about showing kind of why you need damage control and just what a hell on earth a ship can turn into under fire. I mean, Sink the Bismarck, the old black and white film. It's a pretty good film overall, but one of the things, if you watch the final battle sequence, at least for me, one of the things that will stick with you almost above anything else is that, for a black and white era film, they do a pretty good job of emphasizing just how utterly horrific it would have been to be on Bismarck at the end. They weren't pulling any punches there. I don't even know if you'd get away with that without getting at least a 15, probably an 18 rating, if you tried to redo the movie these days, if you sort of just colorize those scenes. But in terms of, briefly, in terms of could I go to the Royal Navy's damage control simulator on Whale Island, I can ask them. I suppose there's no harm in asking. The worst they could do is say no, and I'd certainly give it a really good shot if they said yes, you can go and try and simulate saving a ship. It'll be interesting, apart from anything else. But going into your sort of assessment of how terrifying it is, I think this actually comes down to how each person is wired, because you say, yeah, there is a lot of difference between doing damage control on a ship that's been really badly worked over and storming a beach or going over the top. And I think, admittedly, this is amateur philosophy hour with Drydock, but I think the difference is how you view control, how important it is for you to be in control of what's happening versus fear of the unknown and the balance between the two. And I know that might sound a little bit odd, but let me try and explain a bit more clearly. I think if you place a lot of importance on being in control and making a decision to go and do something, then I think going over the top or storming a landing beach is going to be a much, much more terrifying decision. That's the kind of time when you might well actually just freeze up and not go, or not want to go, because going into that environment, you have no control. You're being thrust, in some cases quite literally, into an environment where you know nothing about what's going to happen next. Yeah, you can't see what's going to happen next. If there's a mortar shell coming in, an artillery shell coming in, a mine, something if you go storming a beach, something under the water, incoming machine gun fire, shrapnel, being run over by an out-of-control amphibious tank, falling into a shell crater full of mud and water on the Somme, getting tangled in barbed wire, getting caught in the crossfire of machine guns, all of that kind of thing. You have no idea what's going to happen. You have a vague idea that something of all of those, or possibly worse, might happen, but when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, if it's going to happen at all, you don't know. All you know is you're supposed to go forward and hope none of that happens to you. And for someone who likes to be in control and likes to make decisions about where their life is going, as opposed to, just riding with the way things go, that is going to be really, really difficult and scary for them. Whereas somebody who, just sort of not necessarily go with the flow, because that implies a little bit too lackadaisical, but someone who's a bit more willing to just ride with the consequences, ride with what's going on and make the best of it, they may very well be much more at ease with going into that kind of unpredictable situation, because, if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, it doesn't, and there's not a tremendous amount else that you can do to stop it or prevent it one way or the other. Now, the flip side of that is that if you do sort of value decisions and control over your fate above most other things, you might actually find going into a damage control situation relatively easy, because to a fairly great degree, it's a known quantity. Even if you're marching into a hangar that's on fire or into a hold that's flooding, you've been trained for this. You know what the risks are. You know what might happen. You know what you need to do to potentially save the ship. And it's also fairly flippin' obvious exactly what's going on, and what the risks are, because you're looking at it happening right there in front of you. At which point, you still need a lot of courage and bravery, because just because you can see and acknowledge that there's possibly near certain death ahead of you, that doesn't make that any less terrifying, but it means that you can make a conscious decision based on, relatively speaking, known quantities. Yes, there is a fire. I understand that there is a fire. I have a hose. I'm going to attack the fire. I may not make it. The fire may win. But I've made this decision, and I'm going to do my best to make sure the fire doesn't win. Or if I know for a certainty that I'm not going to win, but the ship needs to buy some time so other people can live, if I'm comfortable with this decision, I know I've made this decision, so be it. It's a little bit more fixed. And as a result, some people might find it easier to do that. I think personally, if I was on a ship and there was a damage control situation, I would find it a lot easier to commit myself to a very dangerous and difficult damage control scenario, more so than I would, charging into unknown quantities of machine gun and artillery fire. But the flip side is that if you are more of a kind of, we'll go with it and see what happens, it'll hopefully work out, then looking at a damage control situation might actually be much, much, much more terrifying, because that kind of slightly, and I don't mean to sound patronizing or anything, I'm just trying to express my thoughts, but that slightly more nebulous or open-ended way of thinking always leaves open the possibility that something will go well, that you'll survive. And then you get confronted with, several thousand cubic feet of hangar in flames with bombs going off left, right and centre, and all of a sudden you realise that actually, yes, you may be following the multi-branching path of destiny, but pretty much all of them end up singed and burnt at the end of this. And that can bring you to a very short and sudden stop, and then it will be very, very terrifying. Whereas if you're in the unpredictable situation, like we said earlier, going over the top in the trenches or something, who knows what's going to happen? It might happen, it might not happen. There is probably a path to where you survive, so let's see how it goes. And that might therefore be somewhat easier. That's at least my assessment, and admittedly that's two rather extreme personality types, and a lot of people are probably going to sit somewhere in the middle of that. But I think hopefully that gives you an idea of why some people might, as you said, find going into a damage control situation much more difficult than otherwise. And I mean, that's just looking at your basic personality type. That's not even addressing whether or not, someone can then, regardless of their baseline personality, whether they can actually work up the courage to do either of those things, whether it be a damage control situation or storming a beach. That level of personal bravery is another factor entirely which you have to consider afterwards. Tomas Dudkiewicz asks, in the Age of Sail, what other scurvy remedies were popular apart from Royal Navy lime juice rations? How did other navies cope with it? What do they add to their sailors' diet? So one obvious choice seems to be sauerkraut, as it's easily available in Europe. It's a solid source of vitamin C, and it lasts a very long time and was already part of the cuisine in some countries like France, Russia and the Netherlands. Did someone use it as part of their standard food rations? Well, citrus generally was used. At one point oranges were recommended, but oranges for most nations were not a reliably findable thing. Lemon juice obviously was the original sort of first doctor recommended cure that had any actual substance to it. Dr. Lind recommended it at the end of his reports. As I mentioned before, the reason the Royal Navy ended up with lime juice was because war with Spain cut off easy access to ready sources of lemons, and they had to make do with the limes. But other navies, like, say, the Spanish, who therefore did have access to lemons, at least for a while, could use that. Sauerkraut, as you mentioned, was also used in a lot of the early experiments and early voyages before everything had kind of been settled on what exactly you needed to prevent scurvy. A few people had hit on the idea of sauerkraut, and it was used on a number of voyages in the Royal Navy, for instance. But part of the problem, as you mentioned, it's part of the diet in some countries and not in others. And there was very nearly a small mutiny over forcing the crew to eat sauerkraut on a Royal Navy warship. So that didn't last particularly long, although some admirals, either when they were faced with an unavailability of citrus juice or before it became standard ration, just they recognised the effectiveness and would rather have a non-scurvied crew who were a bit discontented with them than half of them dead, would still end up using it. And yes, as the exact scurvy remedy varied from nation to nation and also from time to time, depending on the availability of certain fruits or cooked things like sauerkraut. And of course, when ships were closer to home, like say if they were on blockade duty in the Bay of Biscay or in the Channel or something like that for the Royal Navy, or similar exercises close to home for other navies, then they could just get fresh vegetables either from visits to port themselves or from supply ships coming out to them, which allowed us obviously a slightly more varied diet, and B, fresh fruit and vegetables meant that held off scurvy without having to specifically issue certain foods or juices. Burnt Potato asks, considering the 75% casualty rates of U-boats in World War II, do they really deserve the reputation for being as effective that they actually have? Well, it depends on when you're looking. Much like, I know it's an aerial concept, but if you look at, say, the Ju-87 Stuka, widely derided in pop history as something of a death trap, but in the early part of the war, it was quite effective, by all accounts. The fact that it got shot down in disturbingly large numbers over Britain during the Battle of Britain, and subsequently began to lose its utility and suffer increasingly high casualty rates, doesn't take away from the fact that earlier on it was fairly effective. It just became less effective as time progressed. Similarly, with U-boats, although obviously as more and more U-boats are produced, then technically they're going to be more and more sunk. But if you also look at any graph of U-boat losses during World War II, it's very low in 1939. It's very low in 1940. It's very low for most of 1941. In fact, the highest loss rate is 10 U-boats right at the end of 1941, but then it drops back down again through most of 1942, at least the first half. Then it starts to rise. The second half of 1942 is not quite as good for U-boats. You're talking about between 10 and 15 being lost each month. Then it drops down again, actually, to 5 or 6 per month at the end of the year. And then in 1943, things go very badly wrong. Then all of a sudden it skyrockets. So the average loss rate is sort of between about 20 U-boats a month. It peaks at 42 U-boats lost in May 1943. It drops down again, but the average after February 1943 is around about 20 boats a month, whereas the average before that was probably about 4 or 5. And so obviously that's where most of the losses are coming from in the latter part of the war. So are they effective? Well, the first half of the war, pretty much, yeah, they probably deserved the most of the reputation that they actually get. I mean, the Allies were seriously worried about what was going to happen with the U-boat campaign in World War II. But then you get this turning point in the latter part of 42 and really into 43, especially traditionally held to be around March 1943 that you get the big turning point. And then all of a sudden they start to take considerable losses, much more than the U-boat force can sustain relative to the number of ships it's sinking. Because when you look at the number of Allied ships that are being sunk, that starts to drop off very quickly around about the same time that the U-boat losses go up. So I think, do they deserve all their reputation? No, because whilst they weren't a completely defeated force, for most of 1943 and certainly into 44 and 45, they were definitely a force that was on the back foot. But at the same time, that doesn't take away from how deadly they were in the early part of the war. Little Dweller asks, I've read that some types of wood were less popular amongst the crews of Navy sailing ships because splinters from these species were poisonous or had a higher chance of causing infections. Do you know if this is true? It's certainly possible. I mean, I personally haven't recently come across that in writing. I do vaguely recall potentially having read that at some point in the past, but as I've said before, although I do have a reasonable amount of knowledge about the age of sail, it's not quite the same as the knowledge I have about 1850 to 1950. So it's entirely possible that it is written down somewhere, and I just haven't read it recently. But with that said, from a from a perspective of biology and physics, yeah, it's entirely believable, because even these days there are lists of woods out there for woodworking, house building, all sorts of things, and they will say, right, you can make furniture out of this or plates or whatever, but don't make it out of this wood, or be very careful when you're sawing or chipping or carving this wood, because the sawdust and the splinters will do these horrible things to you. Teak, for example, actually really bad for that. It's actually an irritant. It'll cause infections. Teak is not something you want in your system. But teak was plentiful in certain areas of the world. It was very hard wearing. Some Royal Navy ships were built entirely out of teak, especially a number that were built in the Indian subcontinent. And teak decks were very popular for a very, very long time. Not because there were particularly sadistic people in the Navy's construction departments, but purely because the stuff is incredibly hard wearing and thus makes pretty good material for things like decks. In fact, part of the reason it's so hard wearing is because of its chemical makeup, which also means you definitely don't want to have teak splinters. HMS Inadvisable asks, in the song Never Mind the Why and the Wherefore from HMS Pinafore, the First Lord of the Admiralty is supposed to marry the captain of the titular HMS Pinafore. He sings, though you occupy a station in the lower middle class, which raises the question, were naval captains really considered lower middle class? How high would a naval officer have to go to be considered upper class? Or would all officers be treated as middle class at best unless they had some title after their rank? Back in the Age of Sail Navy, it wasn't that particular ranks of officer were treated as belonging to specific classes, because you could be from almost any class, especially in the wartime sort of late 18th century Royal Navy, and still make captain. So you could have people who were quite literally lords as captains. You could have sort of slightly lesser ranking gentry as captains. You could have minor gentry as captains. Technically, Nelson counts as minor gentry before he obviously wins titles, etc. in his service career. Some people class him as just one level below. It depends exactly on how you divide up England's social strata at the time. You have people who are, sons of merchants, sons of sailors, sons of other captains, but without any particular claim to any kind of title. You have people occasionally, but actually surprisingly more often than you'd think in the 18th century, who've worked their way up from the ranks. People who have literally no class or were of the lowest of the low, but have worked their way up through merit and hard work and have become captains. Now, by the act of becoming a commissioned officer, usually starting at midshipman, they're going up to lieutenant, then possibly master and commander, and then captain, although you might skip the master and commander stage and just go straight from first lieutenant to captain. But anyway, once you were a commissioned officer, you were held to be, regardless of your prior station in life, to have a certain degree of class about you. Because of that, you were a gentleman now, because you were a commissioned officer. You might be a very poor gentleman who is a gentleman in title only, or you might already have been a gentleman, because you may well legitimately be a lord in your own right, but you were at least a gentleman. Anything above that was kind of down to you. So I think in this case, when the captain of HMS Pinafore is said to be in the lower middle class, that's more of a reflection on his personal specific standing within the social strata of England, rather than him having gained that in particular because he is a captain. There are a couple of social levels below that, although not too many, that he could occupy and still be considered a gentleman and a captain of his ship. Eric J. Van Dooting asks, with hindsight, would you have built all the illustrious class carriers to Indomitable's design? It seems the thinner hangar side armour is a small price to pay for the larger air group, giving the relatively low chance of being struck in the side of the ship by a bomb. In theory, sure. Extra aircraft are always good, and, well, yeah, with hindsight, the extra thick side armour, it was occasionally useful at stopping shrapnel, but Indomitable side armour will probably stop most, if not all, shrapnel that the regular Illustrious stopped. So yeah, have extra hangar capacity for a bigger flight group. It's all good. Although, personally, I would probably split the difference, actually, and instead of maybe having two hangars, one of which is somewhat foreshortened for to have the additional workshop space, I would maybe reduce the side armour somewhat and just increase the single hangar height by several feet, so that I have maybe an 18 to 20 foot high hangar. So I've actually got even more hangar space vertically than in a Yorktown or an Essex class, because then I can hang loads of spares from the ceiling. And, well, given that the regular Illustriouses with their single hangar were able to operate and deploy about 50 plus aircraft during the Pacific War, Well, if I can do that on a regular basis and replace my losses with stuff that's stuck up in the high echelons of my hangar, well, so much the better. That's probably actually works out slightly better for me, because I'll have more overall airframes than having two individual hangars where everything is theoretically operational, but there's no replacement. But if I was given a choice between, Indomitable hangar and a half or Illustrious single hangar, then of course, yeah, I'd take Indomitable's hangar and a half any day. Matthew Gibson asks, as an adherent of the Second Amendment, you seem to enjoy ribbing so much, I'm constantly left wondering, how big is the bore brush they use to clean battleship guns? Where would it be stored, and what would the cleaning process be? Is it the same process as cleaning an ordinary rifle, just scaled up? Don't worry with the Second Amendment. It's a fun thing to point at, mostly because, to be fair, you guys over there do have a few nutters who take it a little bit too far to the extreme. But on the other hand, I'm also not exactly the world's biggest fan of British policies either. I mean, I'm not going to get into modern politics about it all, but all I will say is that, I think the American restrictions are a little bit too liberal, but at the same time, I think the UK restrictions are far, far, far too strict. So, take that as you will. But if you're going to be responsible, fine, whatever, I don't mind. I've got enough lethal stuff around here that's not gunpowder powered, and I'm a responsible owner, so there's no real hazard in me having it. Well, unless you try and break in, of course. Then I'll have a choice. Anyway, back to the question. Bore brush it. Doesn't come on the end of a long stick, unfortunately. That would be truly absurd. Except on some of the older ships, where they had shorter gun barrels. So if you're talking about, ironclad early steel battleships that maybe had 25, 30, 35 caliber guns, then yes, actually occasionally you would find a brush on the end of a very big stick. But once you get into 40, 45 caliber, even 50 caliber weapons, and obviously the bore goes up as well, the chances of you actually finding a stick long enough and then being able to store it pretty much slim to none. So, as I've mentioned before and used this picture before, here's HMS Barham clearing out its guns. So you can see that there is a bore brush, and yeah, in some ways it almost is the same as cleaning out a normal rifle, except that one, you need a lot of men. Two, it usually involves a rope or chain instead of a stick, or perhaps a combination of stick and rope, and you have to pass the thing through the barrel from both ends. So obviously, whereas with a regular rifle you might be able to just use your bore brush from one end or the other, with the battleship you have to have a party of men in the turret and a party of men at the other end of the gun in order to make sure the thing passes through completely. David de Boer asks, which famous pirate, in your opinion, would have made the best naval officer, and conversely, which famous naval officer would have made the best pirate? Well, without cheating and using, Tudor era naval officers who were sometimes pirates, sometimes naval officers like Drake, I think the best naval officer who would have made the best pirate would have almost certainly been Thomas Cochrane, because, I mean, he was almost just a pirate with a license anyway. I mean, what does he like doing? Sailing around in small ships, capturing and burning much larger ships, raiding coastlines, and making a lot of money. Well, yeah, as I say, he's basically a pirate with sanction and a somewhat more limited target range. When he's no longer in the Navy, he wants to fight, he wants to make money, so he goes off to help the Chileans, and then the Brazilians, and then the Greeks, and then the Royal Navy takes him back again. So yeah, as long as there's somebody to fight, especially if they're Spanish, Cochrane will be there. And of course, Pirates of the Caribbean is a fairly good chance to find Spanish targets. As far as best pirates would have made the best naval officers, well, again, early on, 15th, 16th, even early 17th century, the line between pirate and naval officer is sometimes blurred, and in some cases crossed entirely, with people who had been naval officers who then put on half pay or retired due to peacetime, no longer needing their services, going off to turn pirate, and sometimes pirates taking pardons and coming back to fight under the flag of their respective countries. But probably one of the best examples, I mean, there's quite a few, I'd say you're either looking at Henry Morgan, who almost literally was a pirate turned naval officer. It's very definitely a case of poacher turned gamekeeper. He showed that, yes, he could, under mostly legitimate flag, be very effective at least organising expeditions to go and hunt down some of his erstwhile colleagues. But probably the most successful pirate who demonstrated the skills that would have been required to make a good naval officer would actually be Peter Easton, who I have mentioned on the channel before. Not as well known as some of the others, but operates on the bridge of the 1500s going into the 1600s, and ends up with commanding a fairly substantial fleet and able to pretty much do what he wants over in the Western Atlantic. So, commands fleet, fights successful but effectively fleet actions, raids coastlines, blockades people, makes a fair bit of money from prizes. Are you talking about a naval officer or a pirate? At that point is literally the only difference. There's no difference in terms of skills and leadership. The only difference is one's flying under a national flag and the other one isn't. Robert Olweiler asks, the American 3-inch 70 rapid-fire Mark 37, the 3-inch 50 rapid-fire Marks 27, 33 and 34, and the 5-inch 54 Marks 16 and 42, the 6-inch 47 dual-purpose Mark 16, the British 6-inch quick-firing Mark 5, and the 4.5-inch 45 quick-firing Mark 5, and the 3-inch 70 Mark 6 weapons, all were conceived and or developed towards the tail end of World War II and just came in a bit too late or were victims of post-war budget cuts. Where would they rank using the metric used in the video on World War II anti-aircraft weapons? Well, I tried plugging them into the equation to compare them against the other weapons, and frankly, they just break the chart, really. You effectively end up with two bands and a few outliers, so it forces all the pre-war and mid-war guns down well into the bottom half of the ratings. One or two of the absolute best, like the sort of mid-war 5-inch 38 and the 4.5, just about remain not in contention, but they're kind of in the middle, I guess, maybe 5 or 6 out of 10. And then all of these guns that you mentioned, the 3-inch, the 5-inch 54 and the 6-inch rapid fires, and the 4.5 for that matter, they all end up far, far higher. They kind of all form this pack right at the top because they are just a step above. Because, when you look at things, apart from the obvious weight of shot differences, one of the major differences between the light, medium and heavy AA categories is the rate of fire and range. The lightest guns have the highest rates of fire but the shortest range. The medium AA, things like 40mm guns, have a slightly lower rate of fire but longer range, and then the heavier guns have the slowest rate of fire but also the longest range. Whereas these weapons, they also have long range, in some cases massively more range than pretty much any other gun, barring just about maybe the 5.25 in certain cases, but they have a rate of fire that's more comparable with, well, actually superior to some of the worse medium AA guns. And kind of, especially with things like the 3-inch, their rate of fire is actually competitive with some of the not terrible mid-range 37 or 40mm weapons. And the 6-inch guns, okay, their rate of fire is not quite as high. It's actually still better than some one or two of the medium AA guns, but the sheer shot weight and range of a 6-inch shell massively helps with that. So yeah, if you stick the post-war weapons into the metric, they just all end up crowding up at the top. I suppose at some point I could probably plug them into their own little table, obviously using the same calculation formula, and figure out how they rank relative to each other. But if you try and rank them alongside all the other AA systems that were in the Second World War, it kind of makes a bit of a nonsense of the entire thing. Trey Atkins asks, when and why did capturing enemy vessels go out of style in naval combat? Pretty much mid-19th century. Around about just before the dawn of the ironclad to just after it. The reasons for this are twofold. One is that with the advent of steam power, ships are far more agile, far more independent of the wind, and so it's much easier for a ship that, you know, is about to be boarded to refuse the boarding action. Because if you are reliant on your masts and sails, there's limited options for you to maneuver based on what the wind is doing. The enemy can obviously work that out and move to cut you off. And also, your means of propulsion, your masts, are sticking out of the ship. So, as you can see with this illustration, it's entirely possible to destroy those, or at least partially destroy them, thus crippling the enemy's ability to get away. And then you can close in and board. Whereas once you have steam power, because the engines are below the waterline and the screw propeller is below the waterline, yes, technically you can knock those out. But in so doing, you probably are going to end up fatally damaging and sinking the enemy vessel, and it's also fairly difficult to do anyway. So it just makes immobilizing the enemy vessel or slowing them down enough for you to get a decisive boarding action away that much harder, which is obviously necessary for, in the most part, for capturing ships. And the other thing is the increased lethality of gunfire. Because whilst gunfire could be pretty lethal, well, was very, very lethal to the crew and to systems such as masts, you could riddle a ship with an awful lot of cannonballs and it wouldn't sink. You really had to batter them or get a lucky shot that somehow sets off a magazine for something like that to occur. But once you get to the era of explosive shells and armour-piercing shot, and then later armour-piercing shells, the amount of damage that those weapons can do, especially at close range, exponentially multiplies. So in a boarding action in the Age of Sail, you might well still have an ongoing gunnery duel between both sides, you know, below decks, whilst the boarding action is occurring above decks. And the idea is that your ship, if you're the boarding party, can take that damage, if necessary, long enough for your boarding party to secure victory. Ideally, obviously, you want to suppress their gunners, but you can't necessarily guarantee that. Whereas if you're talking about, you know, explosive shells being flung around left, right, and centre, the chances are if you do that at point-blank range where neither side can dodge and both sides' armour is likely to be ineffective, chances are it's going to be a mutual kill almost before the boarding parties have even crossed over to the other side and started attacking the enemy ship. The only way to then capture an enemy vessel is to blow it into submission at long range, at which point you don't really need a boarding action except as a mere formality, but you've got to strike a very fine line between smashing a ship up so hard that it's incapable of resistance or running away, but not smashing it up so hard that in so doing you've also basically either fatally set it on fire or started the process of it sinking, which is quite difficult to do. I mean, you do get that kind of thing happening occasionally in the 19th century and even occasionally in the 20th century, but it's a very fine line to tread. It makes it very difficult. Capturing enemy vessels, period. I mean, it's still not gone out of style. Modern navies still prefer to capture enemy targets where possible, at least during peacetime. And of course, during wartime, if you could capture merchant ships and utilize them for yourselves, great. If you can force an enemy to surrender, then even better at long distance. But in actual combat against enemy naval vessels, the chances of one or the other side hauling down their colours are fairly slim, and as I said, boarding actions, unfortunately, against a full-on enemy warship, not really possible these days. Golf2428 asks, what are a couple of ships that were laid down but not completed that you'd like to see the full blueprints for, where we don't have them? I mean, by dint of the fact that they were laid down, blueprints for any such vessel must actually exist somewhere, or at least must have existed at some point. They may have subsequently been lost, which would be very irritating, but the difference is that some of those ships that were laid down, their blueprints are actually fairly well known. They've either been directly released into the public domain, or they're hosted in enough places that you know where to go and find them, or they're readily available in relatively well-known archives or something like that. But on the other hand, some ships, like, say, the G3s, I know the plans are out there somewhere. I think they might even be in the Woolwich archives. Never managed to track them down, though. I'd love to see them. The same thing for some of the Russian designs that were laid down during World War I, kind of the next generation of Russian Dreadnought design. Again, pretty sure they exist somewhere. In fact, I'm fairly sure some other people have seen them, but I haven't, and yeah, good luck trying to find them. Unless you happen to speak Russian. But to be honest, most of the ships that were laid down and then not completed, like, well, the South Dakota 1920 design or the Montanas, there's usually a relatively decent degree of information out there for them, somewhat readily accessible, mostly because of that slightly more advanced stage, which meant there was a bit more material in existence in the first place. Where my main interest lies in terms of blueprints that that I haven't seen, or that are not particularly easily accessible, lies in the ships that were going to be laid down but weren't for various reasons, but had pretty much their full designs developed. So things like the N3s, the Francesco Caracciolo's, sorry, my Italian's fading, the España successors and things like that. You know, ships where the design had been mostly or fully fleshed out, but they just never got down to keel laying. Tom Marshall asks, what were the Royal Navy's superior nighttime carrier or air tactics at the start of World War II? Eat more carrots? The Royal Navy's nighttime carrier tactics were actually quite evolved even by the start of World War II. Obviously, during the World War II, very early on, they managed to bag some air-to-surface radar-equipped swordfish, which greatly helped with operations, but their night training pre-war was quite extensive, and it came down even to the choice of aircraft. One of the main requirements of aircraft, at least for the strike aircraft, they weren't thinking about night fighter operations so much, was that they had to be fairly docile and easy to land. Now, generally, that's a good thing aboard carriers as a rule, but it was specifically pointed out as one of the operational requirements for Royal Navy dive bombers and torpedo bombers, because it was appreciated that landing on a carrier deck at night was going to be a lot harder than it would be to land on a carrier deck during the day. And so, you know, the aircraft had to be designed in such a way that it made the best allowance for that problem. So once you've got your aircraft, it was then a matter of navigation and familiarization. So they would do night flying to get themselves used to the idea of, you know, as the term suggests, flying at night. This was also one of the reasons why you'd have the observer-navigator there. And they would be trained in navigation by the stars, because that's what you'd be able to see. And, you know, with an aircraft, you could usually get above the cloud layer, so you'd have a pretty good view of the stars. And it was kind of a 6 of one, half dozen of the other when it came to the moon, because whilst we think of night as obviously dark, which it is, if you're in an aircraft and there's any degree of moonlight, there's actually a surprising amount that you can determine, especially if you're operating in a low light environment yourself, you know, with sort of minimally lit instruments and such. If you've been flying on an airliner, you get a slightly false impression of just how much visibility there is, in part because city conglomerations, the light shed from them tends to obscure everything else, and also in part because you are in an aircraft where even once they turn the light level down, the light level within the aircraft, and thus your night vision is at a far higher brightness level than you'd have if you were flying along just at night in an open-topped swordfish or something. And even then, to be honest, if you're in an airliner that's out over the sea, you can actually see a surprising amount when the moon is up. So, when it's a moonlit night, you could get a certain degree of visual navigation going as well. Obviously, you also had the radio homing beacon aboard the carrier, which A, helped you get back generally, but B, also, if you knew roughly where the carrier was at the time of launch, it could give you an approximate idea of where you were going, which would also help the navigator with his stellar navigation. If, however, the moon wasn't present, so it was kind of almost fully dark, well, on the one hand, it's obviously not illuminating things quite as well. On the other hand, the stars are a lot clearer. It's much easier to navigate by the stars, and the moon isn't also glaring and potentially ruining the rest of your night vision. It's harder to navigate because, the land isn't as well lit up, so working out where the coastline is might be easy if you're going in for a shore strike, or finding a ship, depending on where you are, may or may not be easier. A ship going at speed at night, obviously with moonlight, the moonlight will tend to reflect very well off of the foam of the ship's bow wave and its wake. But in no moon conditions, where you're just looking at starlight, in some parts of the ocean, you'll also have bioluminescence disturbed by the ship's passing, which in obviously low light conditions you might be able to spot. So there was a lot of nighttime flight ops to train people in getting used to the flying, lots of nighttime navigation ops to get people used to that. And then once you'd found your target, they tended to do rather useful things like put on searchlights and fire anti-aircraft weapons, which made them fairly obvious, which would help in your attack run, albeit obviously there's a danger involved as well. And if they didn't, then usually an aircraft or two would be assigned to carry flares to illuminate the target, which would solve that particular problem. And if you've got a ship that's either lighting itself up or has been lit up by flares, then your final attack run is pretty much the same thing as what you do during the day. Andrew Waite asks, was the King George V's 14-inch gun better than the Iowa's 16-inch gun, as it was possible to arm ships with larger numbers of these smaller caliber weapons? For example, in the World War II battleship gun analysis, if you multiply the 6.4 points you award to the Iowa's gun by 9, you get 57.6 points for the 9 guns. But if you multiply the 4.9 points you get for the King George V's 14-inch guns by 10, you get 49 points. But if Anson and Howe had been redesigned with the original 12 14-inch gun layout, then that would give them 58.8, which actually makes them fractionally better, in theory. Well, by this point you will have seen the King George V design video, so you'll know some of what I'm going to say, hopefully. But there's two things to consider, I would say. One is absolute penetration value. So, can the gun actually get through the target's armour? If you can do that, and I've said this before, if you can do that with a smaller gun, then it makes somewhat more logical sense to just have more of that, rather than invest in a somewhat more powerful gun that, well, what can it do? It can also get through the enemy's armour. Okay, great. Well, yeah, they're both doing the same job. It's just one's costing you a lot more and you can have fewer of them. So there's that. And in that analysis, for a treaty battleship, if you want a balanced design, you could probably make an argument that more 14-inch guns is possibly better than fewer 16-inch guns. Albeit that comes with a very heavy caveat of assuming that everybody's actually following the treaty restrictions, which, of course, as we know, most people weren't. And the Iowas are designed with the escalator clause in mind because they knew at that point Japan wasn't following the restrictions, albeit they didn't know quite how much they were violating the restrictions. Thus, in the context of the 1940s, under the paradigm of can it actually punch through your enemy's armour, the 16-inch 50 on the Iowa makes more sense. There's also, sort of related to that, is the fact that the points awarded in the battleship gun analysis, remember, I was trying my best to split out the gun from the overall weapon system. So looking at it purely in that context of trying to evaluate the gun itself is certainly a legitimate thing to do, but when it comes to the King George V's 14-inch gun or the Iowa's 16-inch gun, you do have to start considering the whole thing as an overall weapon system. And then you have to start taking into account, turrets, maximum elevation, what can be accomplished with these guns, like how much of a load do they impose in terms of barbette widths and this kind of stuff. And that gets a lot more complicated. So that's one side of things. And then the other side of things is, as was discussed in the King George V design video, and obviously is talked about by the Royal Navy officers at the time, which is, what do you consider more important? Do you consider that hitting the enemy fewer times and potentially doing a bit more damage, or possibly fatal damage, if you score this relatively small number of hits, is better? Or do you conclude that just plastering the enemy with lots of shots is better, because even if you don't necessarily break through their armour, you're going to smash up other vital stuff like fire control equipment, the superstructure, and so on and so forth? If you think that the importance is scoring the hits in the first place, and then in theory that will allow you to then pile up hits as you degrade the enemy's ability to fight, then yes, probably having 12 14-inch guns, at least on a 35,000-ton design, has attractions that make it superior to 9 16-inch guns, because you have, a third more guns. You're going to be scoring more hits, so assuming everyone is at the same level of accuracy. But at the same time, obviously, if you are of the school of thought that thinks that you want to finish the battle decisively, so you need the absolute, kind of similar to the earlier point, you need the absolute maximum penetration to make sure that any hit you get will breach the enemy's armour, you may be willing to then sacrifice numbers of hits, because if you think that the hits not in the vitals, i.e. not in the magazines or the engines, don't really matter, then you'd want the bigger gun. Again, for the same displacement. I mean, if you're going to design a 45,000-ton notional ship like the Iowas, then if you're considering 14-inch guns versus 16-inch guns for 45,000-tonner, well, you can probably get 16 of the things on 16 14-inch on a 45,000-ton design. So, yeah, there are a lot of considerations that go into this kind of thing. Whether or not it's better to have more 14-inch or fewer 16-inch, I think comparing the Iowas to the King George V directly is somewhat less fair, because the Iowas are 10,000 tons heavier, at least on paper, and in practice, obviously, it varies somewhat more. For the Iowas, I think the choice of the 16-inch gun makes a lot more sense. For the period they're designed for, they know they're going after bigger, more heavily armoured targets that potentially a 14-inch gun can't get through, and they have the sheer mass and volume of the ship to support those weapons, so fine, go for it. Whereas if you're talking about equal designs in terms of displacement, like, say, the North Carolinas compared to the King George V, then the argument gets a lot more detailed, and you can make some fairly solid arguments for the North Carolinas perhaps being better off with their originally planned 3 quad 14s than 3 triple 16s. You can make arguments the other way as well. I suppose one thing that crosses my mind is, if you'd equipped the North Carolinas, i.e. North Carolina and Washington, with 3 quad 14s, given that you now have 3 extra guns per salvo, just how many times would Admiral Lee have hit Kirishima? BFW asks, the decisiveness of naval combat. Did the frequency of engagements resulting in the capture or sinking, neutralising of a ship change over time? Does the deadliness of the pre- and post-Dreadnought era result in more engagements being concluded with one side neutralising the other, or did the increase in mobility allow more ships to avoid unfavourable combat once an enemy is spotted? In some ways this is related to the boarding question, but also it is talking about, actually just taking out the ships as well. Now, it's kind of yes and no, in that if you look at a major fleet action in the Age of Sail, for example, there would be a much higher proportion of ships captured in general, but also there would be a very, very low number of ships sunk. The vast, vast majority of warship losses in the Age of Sail were either ships going aground because of the weather, or ships captured. Ships actually sunk in action, i.e. battered to the point that they just slipped under the waves, or a magazine caught fire and blew up, which occasionally did happen, was very, very low, especially given the number of ships involved. Whereas in the Age of Iron and the Age of Steel, the deadliness of the shell fire means that actually the proportion of ships sunk goes up quite dramatically. If you were to, say, rerun the Battle of Dogger Bank with Age of Sail ships, so you're probably we're talking about fast ships, battle cruisers, various descriptions, so probably translates into maybe a fast 74s and maybe some big frigates, or some Razes or something like that. In that kind of squadron action where you've got maybe a dozen ships total, slightly under, you'd expect if one side needed to make a run for it, then you might see one or two dismasted and captured, but you probably wouldn't expect an action of that size to result in anything substantial sinking, whereas obviously in real life, Blucher is sunk, and one or two others, like Lion and Seydlitz, come disturbingly close to getting sunk. But at the same time, none of them are captured. And that's in large part thanks to the mobility you mentioned, allowing them to get away from their attackers if necessary. So it kind of moves things over to you either sink or you manage to get away and no intervening issue, whereas back in the earlier eras, that intervening slot of being boarded and captured was much, much, much more common. Ryan Gale asks, the incomplete Russian and then Soviet battlecruiser Ismail was chosen to be converted to an aircraft carrier in 1925, but this was subsequently cancelled by Red Army politicking. Had the conversion been able to go through, how might she have stacked up against her contemporaries? She would have made an interesting vessel. As you point out, she's not anywhere close to the size of the Lexingtons, the Amagis, Courageous, or even Kaga. But she is bigger than Eagle, Argus, Hermes, Hosho, Bern, etc. So she'd probably be decent. I mean, yeah, she's not going to compete with the big ones, but actually, dimension-wise, in terms of the hull, she's not that far off of an illustrious class armoured carrier. So, bearing in mind, as was discussed earlier, what you could do with an illustrious class hull with things like Indomitable, and obviously the Russians are probably not going to be building her as an armoured flight carrier. Assuming that they do a half-decent conversion, you are probably going to get a pretty decent ship out of it. The main problem is going to be the speed. She's probably going to end up something like Kaga, maybe capable of 28 knots or so. But for that, I could see a way of turning the hull into something that could support 48, something between 45 and 55 aircraft fairly comfortably. So kind of on the smaller side for a fleet carrier, but still a decent and respectable air group. Andrew Waite asks, how did the Still and West pub that HMS Vanguard came close to flattening when she was being towed out of Portsmouth Harbour in 1960 get its name? Well, according to My decidedly non-naval shelf, which contains the Dictionary of Pub Names, the Still and West Country House in Portsmouth is a blended name derived from two pubs originally, one being the Still, the other the East and West Country House. The latter pub, that's the East and West Country House, was demolished in the late 19th century, leaving the other to absorb part of its trade and part of its name. Simon Me asks, are there any memorable naval quotes that stick with you, similar to the tone of "funny how scum always rises to the top," as said to Lord Mountbatten? Some famous naval sayings, they amuse me, I guess, because of more recent pop culture references. Others just have a gravitas to their own. So, at the Battle of Manila Bay, for example, Commodore Dewey says, "You may fire when you are ready, Gridley." Now, okay, it's kind of take it or leave it statement as it is. But because I'm a Star Wars aficionado, I keep hearing it in Grand Moff Tarkin's voice, which just makes it so much better. One that especially rings true, though, is Admiral Bryant, who said, "The dangers of the sea should always take precedence over the violence of the enemy." That's very true, and you also see it quite a lot in a number of naval battles. And of course, one saying that isn't from a naval context, it's actually from the movie The Longest Day, but I think it should be a naval saying because it can apply so well to so many ships and conflicts, is one quote by Sean Connery from that movie where he says, "There's an awful lot of very strange people in this war. You have to see the whole scene to understand it properly." But yeah, when you look at the characters and the eccentricities and sometimes the sheer lunacy of some of these people throughout the years in the Navy, I don't think there's a more fitting quote. Stephen Ruzika asks, if Saratoga was repaired a few days earlier and was in Pearl Harbor and able to sail with Enterprise and Hornet to Midway, would Nimitz have pushed for Yorktown's quick patch-up and turnaround anyway to give Fletcher 4 fleet carriers to match the Japanese, or would he be more willing to leave Yorktown in Pearl to finish repairs? Given the progress of the war thus far at that point, despite the fact that Midway obviously has its own aircraft, I think Nimitz probably would have pushed Yorktown into action even if he'd had Saratoga, because, well, as she proved, she could be made ready for action. And Nimitz is many things, but he is not an admiral to let resources go untapped if at all possible. Bearing in mind that, even if Saratoga is on its way, it's been under repair for a while, so its air group is not necessarily going to be up to the same level of capability as some of the other carriers who have obviously been fighting on the front lines near enough non-stop. And yeah, as a result, I think he probably would send Yorktown out, because, 4 flight decks, now you've matched the Japanese. The Japanese still have 2 light carriers floating off somewhere, but, you're matching the Japanese flight decks. You've now probably got, well, you will have a significant excess of aircraft, so why not do it? I mean, why not have as much force to bring to bear on the Japanese as you possibly can? Because in theory, they don't know you're coming, so the bigger the ambush, the better. Next up, did the Imperial Japanese Navy have any contingency plans in the event of the Kido Butai being detected en route to Pearl Harbor? Or were their actions have differed depending on whether they were detected close or far away from Pearl Harbor, or whether they were detected by civilians or US Navy vessels and aircraft? Their specific orders, if they were spotted, were to turn back and go home. Whether or not they would have followed those orders is another matter. It's relatively likely that they probably would have, but I can see scenarios where if it's, a small civilian vessel or a US military vessel, and they're absolutely certain that that ship hasn't got a transmission off yet, I can see some scenarios where they might either just blow it out of the water or capture it, especially if they're that close to their objective. The further away from the objective they are, I think the more likelihood there is that Admiral Callaghan will just go, yeah, no, we're going home. But yeah, if they're close in, say they're a few hours away from launching the strike, and a random US patrol cutter happens to wander up, I can quite easily see a Japanese cruiser captain just deciding to blow it to matchwood before it can get a signal off, rather than compromise the entire operation, hours before they get anything launched. Ole Bjorsvik, I think, asks, for me, it seems like an absolute rule amongst Americans that one always has to rise in the grades. It's more than the purpose of life itself. Perhaps it's the same in Britain too, but are there examples in naval history where someone applied for a lower grade and got it and then was successful because it was the job that they wanted to do? When it comes to the Navy, you generally don't get to apply for a rank. You start off at the bottom and work your way up. Now, there are cases of officers who decided, actually they're quite happy where they are and they just refused to do the proper formalities to ascend to the next highest rank. Weirdly enough, in wartime, this was actually more successful, especially in Age of Sail and Ironclad era war, than in peacetime, because in peacetime you ended up with a glut of officers. So if you were of a certain rank and you hadn't moved up for a while, eventually the navies in peacetime certainly would bring in principles of, if you reach X age and you're still Y rank, we're just retiring you to make room for someone else. But in wartime, thanks to turnover and casualties, there was usually a fairly steady upward progression through the ranks. So if one person didn't particularly want to go up in rank, then they wouldn't necessarily have to. Someone else would always be willing to step in. So you could end up with people who would artificially keep themselves at a certain level because they enjoyed being there and they didn't really want the responsibility of going higher up the ranks. Of course, there are also a number of positions within the crew, as opposed to the officers, where you can find yourself a niche and just sit there quite happily to the end of your career without having to even worry about going up a higher rank, especially if you kind of specialise. So if you were, let's say, on a ship of the line, if you became a master gunner, in theory, there were paths that you could take to further and higher rank and eventually cross over to being a commissioned officer. But being a master gunner was an incredibly valuable skill. So if you liked being a master gunner, no one was going to pressure you to not be a master gunner for as long as you were quite happy staying there. You also, to a certain extent, with some of the more senior officers, will come across, because by that point, if they're captains, commodores, or even rear admirals, they do have a little bit of say in their assignments. Not a tremendous amount. It depends mostly on who their superiors are. But you do occasionally see letters from some of those officers, and again, mostly referencing back to the Age of Sail, although it does occasionally happen in the first half of the 20th century, but it's more common the further back you go, where they'll say things like, not exactly word for word, but language to the effect of, I feel I do really well commanding frigate squadrons. I genuinely don't think I'm going to do very well commanding a ship of the line. Please don't make me. Give me another squadron command, or otherwise I don't think I'm going to stay in the service that much longer. Or equally, you'll get officers who are very, very happy as part of the battle line, but really don't want to go out commanding frigates. And again, in part because there is most of the time a war going, so there's usually a fairly high turnover of officers. Usually in those circumstances, the Navy is somewhat happy to grant them that request. They might not be especially happy about it if they think the officer shows promise, even if the officer themselves doesn't particularly want to, and they might just say, no, you're doing it or else. But there is a certain degree of accommodation going on. And whilst an officer wouldn't want to be demoted, because that would be a mark of dishonour, there are also some cases of officers who repeatedly took stations below their technical rank. So, commodores who would remain in command of a single ship, or someone who was a full captain who actually quite liked sticking around on small frigates, and so on and so forth. And finally, Ash the Lego Guy asks, what were the most bizarre crew comforts or amenities, or flag officer requests, requested, designed, or actually installed aboard a military ship, excluding any creatively unofficially set up by the crew? Well, one of the not necessarily obvious, but standout ones is the bath that was installed on a US battleship. But, even there, that's not... It sounds ridiculous, why put a corner bath on USS Iowa? But there is obviously an underlying explanation, which it was for President Roosevelt, who kind of needed it. But in the latter years of the period that I cover, bizarre crew comforts and amenities tend to be more in the form of ships that were designed for people of other cultures that then got used by people of a different culture. So, like HMS Agincourt, fitted out for Turkish sensibilities, or Ottoman sensibilities, I guess, at the time, in things like bathrooms and sleeping quarters, which were complete anathema to British crews. So they weren't bizarre to the people who had ordered them, but they were bizarre to the people who ended up using them. And similarly, because of the somewhat tighter regulations on things by that point, flag officer requests and other officer requests, it's all... They're relatively minor. You might find somebody who maybe brings a clay pigeon puller aboard the ship and takes great delight in taking pot shots off the stern, but that's not exactly massively bizarre. Whereas when you go further back into history, into the Age of Sail particularly, then everything is a lot more weird in some cases. That's when you get like pet monkeys and small gardens, one rather ambitious attempt at a tennis court, and all sorts of other things like that. And then, of course, you've got the improvised stuff, improvising swimming pools out of canvas tarpaulins and this kind of stuff, which is not a fixture, but is just temporarily thrown in. And then, obviously, you also see, battleships quite often with those huge canvas awnings, which temporarily convert the upper decks into a kind of promenade deck dash massive gazebo. And that brings us to the end of this month's Patreon Drydock. I'm just shy of 5 hours. Thank you very much for listening, everybody. I won't put any further channel admin detail at this point, other than... No, that's pretty much it. So, yeah. More details on the America trip and other things to do with the channel coming in more regular Drydocks, because I think you've earned a rest. See you in another video.